Hello everyone and welcome back to AneurynPlays. My name is Aneurin, this is Kiko, and today we welcome you all to our community hangout. How are you guys doing? What have you been up to? Say hello, Kiko.
Hello everybody.
What have you been up to, Kiko? What have you been up to in the chat? I want to know. Let me know. Tell me things. Tell me things about your lives. I'm collecting data. I mean, I'm not collecting data. I would never do such a thing.
You're not big and evil enough to be doing that.
No. Yeah, it's the evil side. I'm just not... Man. I'm here. Oh, okay. It doesn't sound like everything is always well if you're just here.
I suppose it's better than bad.
That's true. Still
Though
alive.
I have to admit, like you asked, like what have I been up to? I have to admit, I have had the most unexciting day.
That sounds like fun.
And sometimes, yeah, that is nice. Sometimes it is better to have a slower day. Now, I can't really report a whole lot. Honestly, just doing errands sort of took up the majority of my day. It was going out to do grocery shopping, and it's the first grocery shop of the new pay week, so this is always the biggest one, which meant spending a lot more time reading and checking. It was making sure everything was affordable, and then it was getting home, getting things organized, getting things tidy, cleaning and cooking. So, not the most exciting day for me.
No.
It kept me away from social media.
Yeah, I know. Man, social media has just been scary recently. I'm trying to focus in on just like the good things. You know, pay more attention to the things that actually are positive rather than focusing on the negative, you know, which is the natural human way to be focusing on the negatives. We are predetermined for that so that we can, you know, so that we can identify threats and predators and stuff like that. But it's just one of those things that social media recently, I feel like, has just been an absolute shit show. And I'm really grateful that I'm able to, like, turn certain things off. I never used to be. I get caught up in arguments a lot, but thankfully, I've kind of set that aside to a certain extent. I was in a conversation, or I thought it was a conversation. I was giving someone the benefit of the doubt on X, and I thought it was a conversation, but it was just someone subtly saying that video games are trash, and saying it in such a way that they were kind of stringing me along, making it sound like they were having a genuine conversation about different art forms, including video games. And I was reading it, like I read it back multiple times, and I'm like, is this person just trolling? And then I had to come to the conclusion that they were, so I just said, okay, fair enough, I'm out. I don't need this conversation. So, yeah. I just backed out. But I never used to be like that. Like, I used to be really argumentative online. It's, I'm grateful that I've changed.
It's better just for your own sake to just not get caught up in it.
Yeah, of course, yeah. Because it wrecks your mentality for the day, you know? If that's the first thing you see when you wake up, is someone being, like, intentionally abusive towards something that you love, that's always going to rub you the wrong way when you start up first thing in the morning. And it's going to sit with you if it's the last thing that you read before you go to bed. And the ability to just be able to turn something like that off and say, you know what, you're not worth it. It's an absolute godsend. And I know that there's a lot of desire for people to want to get their point across, you know? And in one regard, absolutely, you know, it's your right to be heard, or to say your piece, at the very least. Not necessarily to be heard, but it's your right to be able to say your piece. But at the end of the day, some people are just not willing to listen, and those people just aren't worth talking to. Save your breath. Hey, Curious, welcome to the stream. How you doing today? Ronald was saying, I've certainly felt and done better. I'm just as confident. I am just as confident I will in the future. I come here to contribute positivity. Think of how the human tongue tastes bitterness more than sweetness for the sake of poison detection. The same applies to positive and negative perception. People like this Twitter user tried to make themselves sound more reasonable and objective than they truly are. And that's the thing. Like, they were using objective language that they were saying, like, what they were saying was that basically movies are better than video games. And I was saying that I can't agree with that. I don't think that's true. From my perspective, and, you know, this is what I was trying to say all along, is like, I wouldn't use the word better. I would use the word preference. And in my opinion, I have a preference for video games, not movies. I much prefer to play a video game. 9 times out of 10, I would rather play a game than watch a movie. But this guy was just basically saying, I didn't ask you what you preferred. I'm saying this is better. And that was basically the long and the short of it. It was like, I don't care what you think. Movies are better. And I'm like, oh, okay, I get it now.
Yeah, and that's the sort of person who you can't really even have a conversation with. Probably about anything.
Sounds like every game journalist Munta says. Absolutely right. Yeah, completely.
I mean, yeah.
Curious says, I'm doing great. Hope you guys are too. Yeah, we're having a good time. I've not slept well today, but for the most part, I'm doing all right. Like I said, it's a good thing to be able to leave things behind, and you know, I set that aside, and I was able to get some sleep, and you know, I wake up feeling refreshed. The only reason I bring it up right now is because obviously what I want to do is just talk about, you know, how not to engage these people. You know, it's one of those things that. You feel like, oh, maybe I can convince them. Maybe I can tell. No, don't bother. It's just going to ruin your day, and they're going to walk away laughing.
Yeah, there's definitely a time and an atmosphere for sharing of an opinion to say, like, well, this is how I think about it.
Yeah.
And then you just move on. You just move on because you've aired it. Someone might see it and agree. Someone might see it and go like, oh, I hadn't thought of it that way.
Yeah, absolutely.
And then ultimately, you don't care who doesn't.
Yeah,
agree.
I think that's something that's very true about social media, is when you leave comments, when you're in a conversation, you need to know that you're not trying to convince the other person that they're wrong, or even to just adjust their perspective slightly. You're not arguing, you're arguing with that person, but you're talking to everyone else. So the goal is to basically be reasonable so that everyone else that comes across this in the future will look at that and go, yeah, he's right. You know, changing one mind is maybe a worthy goal if someone is being prejudiced against a particular thing or person or group or whatever it might be. Like, this person clearly had very negative thoughts about video games in general. But it was, you know, I'm not necessarily trying to convince them, if that makes any sense. It's the next person that comes along and reads the thread that goes, yeah, this guy's being completely unreasonable. And when that person comes along and says, that guy's being completely unreasonable, I want it to be the other person, not me. You know?
Yeah.
you can change more minds by talking to the future commenters than you can trying to convince someone who is set in their ways. Ronald said...
Sorry, go on.
No, go on.
I was just going to say that often I've managed to boil down a lot of my interactions on places like X to, if someone I follow asks a question and I feel like I have something to contribute, I will answer that question. The other way around, if they say something and I feel like, well, I want to know more about this, I will ask a question.
Yeah.
And then only if it's someone who I feel like I know well enough to get me, I will more or less just shitpost.
Yeah,
like,
absolutely,
just, you know, just being playful.
Yeah,
and
yeah.
I feel like you can get away with that. A friend of mine, as an example, posted a tray of croutons that she tried to cook last night. I say try. It looked like a tray of charcoal.
Fantastic. Okay, so she made firelighters. Got it.
So I said, we'll get through this together. And I feel like that's pretty much the limit of what I could do on social media these days.
Absolutely,
Be silly.
Stuff like that where you just having fun. That's all well and good. That's fine. That's fine. So Ronald said movies are more accepted and universal than games. I don't know if I'd necessarily agree more universal, but I definitely say I would definitely agree that they're more accepted. You know, movies have been around for a lot longer than video games have. And there's still a lot of people that think that video games are just stupid shit for children. And, you know, yet at the same time want to regulate them so that kids can't buy or play them. Still haven't figured that one out. That one confuses me. But it's clear that in the argument or in the conversation about whether video games are art, there is still a lot to be desired regarding there's a lot to be desired regarding people's perspective on video games. Do you consider them art? Well, I do. I do consider video games to be art. They are a combination of art. They are multimedia art. And this is ultimately what the conversation was about, is someone said that video games are objectively better as a medium. I don't necessarily agree with that, and I don't necessarily disagree with some of the things this other person was saying. When they were saying that, you know, the guy that was saying that movies are better. The thing is that you can't compare like for like. Can you compare a movie to a song? Well, I mean, I can compare, let's say, a song that I dislike to a movie that I do like and say I prefer the movie. Or I can compare a song that I like to a movie I dislike and say I prefer the music. But that's just cherry picking at the end of the day. You can't compare them because they're not the same. And so what this person was doing was saying, because you can't compare video games to movies, you have to take out everything that makes it a video game and just compare the cutscenes to a movie. Which, of course, is ludicrous, just on the face of it. Absolutely ridiculous. A bunch of incoherent moments from a video game compared to a fully structured movie, that obviously movie wins. But that's not a video game. A video game is gameplay. A video game is a continuous narrative through sections, through moments that is a part of the game that gives context to everything else. It doesn't have to be dialogue. You could be doing something, and then later on a cutscene references back to the fact that you did something. So if you take that cutscene on its own, it doesn't mean anything. Because it references something that the person watching it doesn't know. But this individual, I'm going to assume that they are artistically illiterate. Because they don't seem to understand that it isn't just one thing that determines the quality of a piece of art. It is a combination of all things. And so this person started by saying that a game is not more than the sum of its parts. And I strongly disagree. In fact, I would say all art is greater than the sum of its parts. That a movie without music isn't necessarily as good as a movie with music. A song with lyrics has more depth than a song without lyrics. I'm not saying that one is better than the other. You know, a piece of music compared to a song, you know? I'm not necessarily saying that you can't have a favorite, you can't have a preference, but they are more complex. Having a depth of lyrics adds more meaning and more context to something that otherwise would just have to be entirely perceptual. You're just listening to the music and thinking, what does this music speak to me? What does it say to me? Oh, it's got this moment, it's got this flourish. Oh, it sounds very positive. Whereas someone else might listen to it and go, oh, that flourish, oh, that strikes me as being like a moment in combat. Maybe someone just died, you know? Or someone was victorious. It becomes very subjective, whereas lyrics will often put context to the song, and so that then you can look at it with a deeper complexity. Not necessarily better or worse, but just a deeper complexity. And I feel like the more you add to something, provided that it is harmonious, so long as it's not, you know, clashing, it will elevate the piece of art more than the sum of its parts. Like, look at Final Fantasy VII, for example. Let's use Final Fantasy VII. Aerith's theme is a beautiful piece of music. Is it any to someone who's never played Final Fantasy VII? Is it anything more than that? Not really. But you bring in then the context of the character, who she is, what she is, how she thinks, how she reacts, her actions in certain situations, what happens to her throughout the course of Final Fantasy VII. And suddenly, a lot more of that music has context. You start to think about it in terms of its association to a character that you've grown to like or love. And that elevates the music. There's no lyrics. Obviously, there's no lyrics added to Aerith's theme. But it has been elevated by the context of what it means. And video games are graphics, they are cinematics, they are dialogue, they are writing, they are plot, they are world design, they are character design, they are gameplay, they are exploration. It's a complexity that is, it's a higher level of complexity. And again, not saying better or worse, it's a higher level of complexity than, say, a single song by itself, or a movie which I believe also is elevated by beyond the sum of its parts. You could have a great screenplay, you could have a great director, you could have great lighting, you could have great music, you could have great characters. And all of those things together, when they work in harmony, make for an excellent movie. They elevate it. To say that art isn't more than the sum of its parts is to say that every painting is only as valuable as the paint that's on the canvas. I mean, in its most fundamental form, art is more than the sum of its parts. Otherwise, I could go into the Louvre and buy the Mona Lisa for, what, like 20 bucks for the canvas and maybe 50 bucks for the paint that's on it. Cool, yeah, I can afford that. I can have the Mona Lisa in my house. But there's more to it than that.
Cost of the frame.
Oh, sorry, cost of the frame. Yeah, the cost of the frame. Frame's probably about 200 bucks. Yeah. Okay, fair enough. Maybe I can ask them to leave the frame behind. I can get a frame. So, yeah, I think inherently art is more than the sum of its parts. And that goes for singular pieces of art, a single song, a single painting, a dance routine. You know, at the end of the day, dancing is just, I don't know, flailing your arms and legs and jumping about. So, it's basically, I can dance then, you know? I'll look like a scarecrow in a windstorm, but, you know, I can dance. That's what that means. Hello, guys. Welcome. Welcome to everyone who's trickling in right now. Lainey, welcome to the stream. Hellfire, Plague Doc, welcome, everyone.
Hello.
Hang on a minute. Just catching up. Mona Lisa is expensive because of rarity, like video games, and the who behind it, like the autographed merchandise. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, absolutely. And that's the thing. That's what I'm saying. Is like, well, yeah, it's, but it's also, it's not just the rarity, and it's not just the autograph. It's also what that painting means. It has extrinsic value that is placed on it. Which means that it is more than the sum of its parts. It's more than just the cost of the paint. Is it hot in here or is it just Hellfire? I think it's just Hellfire. Sorry. I finally completed all 100 endings of the 100 line. Oh, good grief. That sounds like a task.
I think it's part of the selling point.
Yeah, I suppose. Yeah, the replay value. See, okay, now I'm not going to say this as a, because I don't like doing this. I don't think it's fair to do it. And that's one of the things that I was saying in this conversation, was I don't think this is fair, right? I think it's just cherry picking. If you take a movie and a video game and you compare them, it's always going to be cherry picking. I could pick Lord of the Rings and Bubsy 3D. And be like, well, yeah, clearly Lord of the Rings is a better movie than Bubsy 3D is a game. Okay. Alternatively, I could take The Room and Elden Ring, Final Fantasy X, Breath of the Wild, Tears of the Kingdom. You know? And I could easily go, yeah, those games are way better than The Room. You know, either way, however you pick it, you can't compare like for like, because even when you have a movie based on a game franchise, or a game based on a movie franchise, the different medium introduces its own difficulties. So you might like Iron Man because you enjoy superhero movies and you think the Iron Man movie is great. I do too. But if you play the Iron Man video game, it's not so great. And that's got nothing to do with the fact that it's Iron Man. It's got nothing to do with the script, because it's the same script as the movie, sort of. There are some additions. It's everything to do with the gameplay, and it's just generally not that fun of a game. But that doesn't mean that the game can be compared to the movie. It doesn't work that way. Just like you can't compare Super Mario Bros. From the 90s, from 92 I think it was, with Super Mario Bros. The game. That it doesn't quite connect, you know? Curious says, Monster Hunter movie versus Monster Hunter game. I would say Monster Hunter games every single time. Even the movie that I do like, which is Legends of the Guild. I think the quality of that movie was a little bit to be desired, but I enjoyed it. I thought it was fun.
That's a kind way of putting it.
It had its problems, but I think it was fine.
It was low budget at worst.
It was, yeah.
But the thing is that I think ultimately all this boils down to they're not comparable mediums of entertainment, and anybody who thinks they are is either off their rocker or is bitter because they couldn't get past the tutorial in Cuphead.
Oh, what I was going to say, so this is one of the things that I think, okay, so, yes, not a fair comparison necessarily, and I prefaced this, but I think 100 Line is a really good example of where a movie, where a game is superior to a movie. It's replayability. Now, I'm the sort of person that can rewatch movies. I don't care. I just enjoy watching the movies, right? But unlike movies, every time you play a game like 100 Line, you could end up with a different ending. You could end up with a different story. You could take a different path. You can go a different direction. Every time is unique. If you want it to be. You could still do the exact same thing over and over and over again, and that's called speedrunning. But, generally, when you pick up a video game, you don't remember every exact step that you did last time and do it again. You do something different. You do something new. You encounter new challenges. You get different endings. And I think that is an aspect of video games that does elevate it above movies. Because movies are limited. But that's because that's what they're intended to be. They're trying to tell a story, not have you experience a world. And that's where I come back to what I was saying. They are too different to be fairly compared.
And ultimately, they're aimed at completely different people for what they want out of their entertainment.
Exactly, yeah. So if you want to sit down and watch a movie, if you want passive entertainment, well, I'm not looking down on it because it's passive. I'm saying that that's cool. Okay.
That is just ultimately a choice.
Yeah, absolutely. I prefer interactive entertainment. I prefer video games. So I play video games. Quite often, I will sit down and I will watch something while playing a game. Even if I'm watching, like, a TV show or a movie or a documentary or something, I will be sitting down playing a game while listening to it.
Well, Kay was doing that last night. She was watching Sports Ball on the TV.
Oh, yeah, that's right.
She was playing a game on her Switch in hand, but then she also had your stream open on her phone.
Yeah, she's a true multitasker. She really is.
Only to be harassed by the cat.
Yeah. Lainey says, The Room and Elden Ring, me versus Millennia. I did not hit her. I did not. Oh, hi, Mark. Yes, I didn't hit her. I didn't hit her at all. Not once.
I spent too much time rolling.
She kicked my ass. Oh, actually, no, it's the other way around, isn't it? It's like you get killed and it's like, she did not hit me. She did not.
Oh, no. Mm.
Oh, hi, Mark. Hellfire is going to bed. Anyways, dropping by to say hi. You have a good rest of the stream. Going to sleep. No worries, Hellfire. You have a good rest of the evening. Sleep well. We will catch you next time. Monster Hunter on Monday. We're going to be playing Rise.
We're going to be playing Rise. I'm going to recruit Hal for that one.
Yeah, because we accidentally missed the Wilds Day, and rather than mess up the schedule, I would rather just keep with the standard schedule, and we'll play Rise next week, and then we play Wilds in 2 weeks after that. And yeah, we'll finally do the Arkveld fight, because that's gonna hurt. that's really gonna hurt. Arc-tempered Arkveld. Looks insane, honestly.
Hellfire's already run away, so
yeah.
At least we're not going to give him trauma too soon.
No. No.
When I played with him I played with Hellfire recently, and I said to him, look, I don't want to touch any of the 10-star stuff. And the first he said was, no, man, I don't want to either. I can't anymore. And I was like, oh, okay, there's the trauma talking.
Hey, Kay, welcome to the stream. How you doing today?
Hello.
So, Ronald was saying no movie is better than its video game source material. Not Mario, not Sonic, Mortal Kombat, Tomb Raider, or anything else. See, but this is the thing. This is why I think it's more difficult. It's not a one-to-one comparison, because the Super Mario Bros. Movie is a really good movie. The Sonic the Hedgehog movie is a really good movie. Do I think that the Super Mario Bros. Movie is better than the original Mario Bros? No. Do I think that the upcoming Mario Galaxy movie is going to be better than Mario Galaxy or Mario Galaxy 2? No. Do I think it's going to be better than Mario's Hotel? Yeah. Do I think it's going to be better than Mario is Missing? Yeah, probably. Honestly, and I know I'm the odd one out here. I think that the Mario Bros. Movie is better than Mario Sunshine. I don't like Sunshine. I don't know. I never liked it. I don't know why. I just didn't enjoy it. Nothing is better than Hotel Mario. and with the Sonic the Hedgehog movie, I've played the Sonic games on this channel. A couple of games that I was really excited. I was really excited to play Sonic CD. Boy, was I wrong. Boy, did I think that I was in for a good thing, and I wasn't. So would I say that? Would I say that Sonic the Hedgehog and the movie is better than Sonic Adventure, which is what they're mostly based off of? I know they reference the 2D games and the 3D games. Is the Sonic the Hedgehog movie better than Sonic Adventure? No, maybe not, because I do like the interactivity of it. Is it better than the original Sonic the Hedgehog? Ooh, now, okay, you're starting to ask a question there that you're not going to enjoy the answer for. Is it better than Sonic CD? Yes. Is it better than Sonic 06? Hells yes. And I'm really curious to see what they're going to do now in Sonic the Hedgehog 3 movie, because that looks like it's gearing up to be pretty good. We've got we know that Amy Rose is going to be in it. Looks like Metal Sonic is going to be in it. I can't wait. I am really curious as what they're going to do with it. I wonder if it's going to be a time travel storyline, which would then potentially introduce Silver. It could be really interesting. Or Blaze. Man, I love Blaze. Blaze is like my favorite character. I love Blaze. So I think there are times where video games are better than movies, and I think there are times where movies are better than video games, even within the same franchise, you know?
It depends entirely on the entry at a time.
Yeah.
So I think that certainly at this point, it's a little bit impossible to say that one is always going to be better than the other.
Yeah.
A lot of the time, it can be difficult to make any adaptation of any other piece of media anyway, purely just because of having to change something just to make it fit into the different format.
Absolutely.
The example I was going to use was actually Steins Gate.
Oh, yeah.
And I am not willing to get into the argument of which version of that is better. because overall it is such a loved IP.
Yeah.
But if you ask people to say, which one do you think is better? Is it the light novel, or is it the anime, or the movie anime, or the game?
I would have to argue.
Then the shots are fired.
Yeah, I gotta be honest. I would have to argue in that situation, the visual novel, especially the remake of the visual novel, because what they did with that is they took all the scenes from the anime and they put it into the visual novel. So rather than playing, like, you still have the moments where you've just got the characters on screen and the text is coming up. But for the most part, you are watching the anime while playing it, which is really cool. And this is a really good example of a true multimedia product. I don't know. It's everything. It's the anime, it's the visual novel, it's got gameplay mechanics. It's really interesting. And I think it really does elevate it for those same reasons that I talked about, is that it's got multiple endings. You don't necessarily have to play the same. When you watch the anime Steins Gate, you watch it and that's gonna be it every single time. You read the visual novel, you read the light novel, and it's gonna be the same every time. You play the visual novel, it's got a lot of differences. There's different paths that you can take. And that gives it replayability.
The ability to make choices. I think that really affects how you will enjoy that piece of media.
Munta says, yeah, that's like me going through Game of Thrones playing Kingdom Come Deliverance. Simple. Yeah, exactly. Something that relates as well, you know. I love to watch streamers playing Monster Hunter, and while they are playing Monster Hunter, I'm playing Monster Hunter. I might be playing single player, but sometimes it feels like we're playing together. I'm not alone. Always cracks me up when Henry says, I'm feeling quite hungry, while someone's head's rolling. I'm feeling quite hungry. Hey, Wasusa, welcome to the stream. How you doing? Sorry, mate, I didn't catch it. I had my chat scrolled up. How you doing, man? My favorite Twitch streamer doesn't like sunshine. Good day, sir. I'm out. Oh, okay. I'm sorry. Yeah, not a Switch, not a sunshine fan personally. I don't know. I think when I was going into Super Mario Sunshine, I was looking for something that was more like Super Mario 64. And that's not what we got. Or maybe like Mario 64, but more. So closer to what Mario Odyssey would end up being. But not, obviously, not Mario Odyssey. That would have probably been impossible, even on the GameCube. As crazy powerful as it was for the time.
I'm probably long overdue actually hurrying up and playing Sunshine.
Oh, yeah?
Well, we actually do have it, and I've never touched it. Because Kiko over here, who never had a GameCube.
Yeah. Now we have two.
Now we have two. Plus ports on the Switch.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, true, yeah. Forgot about that.
Then again, I could make you hook up a GameCube to the TV for me.
I could do that. Yeah, absolutely. You could play Golden Sun on the full screen.
Okay, dear lord. I mean, I fired that up from the Switch Online Virtual Console for Game Boy Advance, just on the monitor on my desk.
Yeah.
And I thought, oh, okay, that's a bit crunchy.
Yeah. Yeah, just wait till you see it on a full, like, 80-inch television. Actually, no, we don't have an 80-inch television. It's like 75 or something like that.
We're big enough.
Yeah, it's a really big cinema screen TV because I care about my viewing pleasure. And, yes, because of the GameCube's Game Boy player, which I've got 2 of those too. We can actually play Game Boy Advance games on a 75-inch television. It is crunchy. The pixels, you will get your eye out on the pixels. They are so sharp and so square and so pointy. You will lose your eyesight.
Can't believe the Atari felt friendlier.
The Atari on that TV is amazing. Man, it just feels kind of right. I've seen your TV. I can see VTuber jiggle physics in 4K. That is true.
And they are glorious.
They are glorious jiggle physics. Munta says he's going to shoot off for a bit. Hopefully he'll be back later. It was nice catching up. No worries, Munta. We'll catch your own, mate. We will see you soon. But before that, Lainey said, that's what gave the 100 lines so much replayability. So many varied routes and endings, characters being dead in some and not in others, changing the direction of the narrative entirely. Absolutely. That is exactly right. And that is one of the things, like, I'm not gonna be that guy that just stands here and says, video games are inherently better than everything else. Because there's music, which is good music, there is storytelling, which is good storytelling, there is characters, which are good characters, there is lighting, there is world design, there's character design, there's costume design. You know, it's got all those things that movies and music and everything has, plus you can play it. Therefore, it is better. I don't see it that way. Or I shouldn't say that. I personally see it that way. I have a preference for video games. Obviously. But that's not me saying that video games are inherently better. I think they're better. I have a preference for video games. But that doesn't mean that suddenly my opinion is the correct opinion. It is ultimately just an opinion. But as Wasusa said, no nuanced takes. This is the internet. It's all or nothing. So therefore, video games are superior. They are the best. Nothing comes close. And the only time that video games will be topped is the day that we can full dive. There you go. There you go. There's my answer.
we nearly... Like, we kind of dodged a bullet on that.
Did we?
So, I posted this in the Discord. I'm not sure if anybody actually took any notice of what it was. Sword Art Online has been made.
Yes. Yeah, it has.
Now, more or less, it is you play the anime.
Yes. No.
But it's
not.
Echoes
It's
of
different.
Ironcrad.
Yeah. The new game is you create a character and you play through the events of Ironcrad, but you play as one of the other characters, kind of like one of the survivors, I would assume.
Well, that's why I called it more or less. And yeah, Lainey, that's the one.
Yeah.
But
I'm looking forward to that.
What I found really funny is that quite a lot of people immediately jumped on saying, so it's got this, it's got this, it's got this, it's got all these things, and you get to experience this from like the ground level of were you one of the players that logged in? How does this game not have VR?
I know, right?
And I'm over here going like, will you stop tempting fate?
I'm fine. I'm looking forward to full dive systems. I want that. I feel like it's a natural progression, you know? I do think that I don't think that the next step in artistic evolution has to replace past steps. I think that's the difference, you know? When it comes to, like, when we talk about evolution in terms of biology, the newer forms of life tend to outcompete the previous forms of life. It's survival of the fittest, you know? And therefore, it's inevitable that people would outcompete other animals and those other animals will go extinct. I don't think that's the case with art. I don't think the next step in artistic evolution means that the previous step is irrelevant. Just because video games exist doesn't mean that painting is irrelevant. And I think that's a big part of the argument, you know, is that when I say that I prefer video games, that's not me saying that, and therefore musicians don't need to exist anymore. Obviously. But I do think that it is the next step in evolution, is combining, like, when you think about what is the basis of creating art, it is telling stories. That's where it originates. Telling stories around a campfire. And then those stories get turned into cave paintings. And then those cave paintings get turned into oral tradition. And that oral tradition passes down over the generations, gets turned into books. Books get turned into movies. Movies really, you know, elevate what those stories can be by giving you a visual. Sometimes not. Sometimes books are better than the movie because you can imagine things in a different way. You might disagree with the visuals of a movie. But then you've got video games, which incorporates all of those traditions. And I believe it comes from the human creative spirit. And in the same way that, you know, in the same way that, you know, God said, "Let there be light," it is now our job to create light and worlds. You know, that's a part of our creative spirit, is for us to go forth and create new worlds and new cultures and new ideas. You know, we are now creating those worlds in those stories. And how far does it go? We have gotten to a point where we can interact with video games. That is closer to being able to walk in our world. A world that we created with our own hands. The next step is going to be like full dive systems or holodecks, where we can create an entirely tangible world and enter it. And that's really cool. I think that's awesome. I think that's taking our creative spirit in a direction of reflecting the world that we have in a more not realistic way. That's not what the word I'm looking for. I'm trying to find the right words for this. It's taking the world, it's taking this amazing universe that we've got and creating something that we can walk in, that we can interact in. Basically, our own Garden of Eden. You know? And that's the way I see it. That's the way I think that, you know, we are slowly getting to the point where we will create whole worlds. And we will create whole universes. And we'll be able to experience those worlds and universes, if even temporarily. And that doesn't mean that books are irrelevant. It doesn't mean that paintings are irrelevant. It doesn't mean that music is irrelevant. But it becomes a different form of creation. Hey, Shiny, welcome to the stream. How you doing today? AI artists are speedrunners doing a human decency skip.
That's a good way of putting it.
That is a really good way of putting it. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, they're just speedrunning art. It's like they've got someone else doing it. We don't have to deal with ethics or morality. We cut that part out, and we just get to the end where we've got a piece of art. Yeah. Yeah, that's absolutely correct. Art is about the process of making art, not about the product. I still think it's both. I think the process informs the product. But actually, no. Let me correct something there. I think there's a difference. So, like, a video game, I would say that a video game is art. But when you go to a store and you buy a video game, you're not buying art. You're buying a product. The art is the game. The cartridge that you plug into your console to be able to play the game is the product. And on the 8th day, God said, let there be Mila Jovovich video game movies. Oh, please, please don't. God didn't say that. That wasn't God. I swear. I swear. Someone else had the reins that day. I don't know. So, someone got on the microphone and was just like, Mila Jovovich movies about video games.
And on the 8th day, Capcom said, hey, she was actually pretty good in Fifth Element. Let's put her in all of our video game movies.
That's more of a, what's his name? Oh, what is her husband's name?
Is he the one that did the Monster Hunter film?
Yes.
Did he do the Resident Evil films?
Yeah.
Now I'm getting concerned.
W.S. Anderson, yeah, Paul W.S. Anderson. That was it. If God exists and they've said that, they're an asshole. Exactly.
The thing is, she's a good actress. It's just, though, all those movies have been lame.
Yeah, I mean, look, I would consider the Resident Evil movies to be like, they're not good, right? They're not good, but I do enjoy them, okay? It would... I don't like the term guilty pleasure. I don't think we should be guilty about anything that we enjoy. I'm quite open to saying, no, I enjoy them. They're not good, but I enjoy them.
You just file that under so bad it's good.
Yeah, kind of. Mila Jovovich in the Fifth Element is my childhood crush, by the way. She still is my childhood crush. Yeah, no, she was absolutely gorgeous in that. And
the hair put me off a little bit.
The hair was a bit weird. Yeah, the fluorescent orange hair was a little bit weird. Like, if you go to a website, milaj.com, there's a great photograph of her. Actually, there's a lot of great photographs of her. There's one not so good photograph of her, to be fair, on the website itself. Hang on, let me pull up the website. Let me show you. See, look at these two. These two photographs. She's amazing. This, gorgeous. This, gorgeous. That.
It's those
that
eyes,
not so much.
Really.
That not so much. that is not very flattering. I gotta be honest.
I can do an action.
Look at the way she's staring at us. Sorry, Mila. I didn't mean it.
The thing is, though, that's apparently filed under recent photos.
Yeah. So
like,
these
what is, like, you know, modeling today?
Well, this is a movie that she's releasing this year. Oh, it did release. Sorry, it released on March 6th. So, yeah. So this is actually from at latest last year, the end of last year. You know, probably wrapped up filming in like probably November or something, whatever. This looks semi-recent. I don't know about that one. She looks quite young in that one. That one might be a bit older. But, like, she's got her Instagram. She's still making movies. These are her recent photographs. She definitely looks a bit thinner now than in the face than she used to. But, yeah. Oh,
Part of getting older, I guess.
Yeah, of course. Absolutely. And thankfully
she would have lost some of that youth that adds suppleness to it.
Yeah, and she, you know, she's one of those people that is growing old gracefully, you know? She's not using fillers and Botox and got a, you know, bicycle pump on her boobs or anything like that, you know? She's quite a natural beauty. I do like Milla Jovovich. I think that she's, I like seeing her in movies. I think she's a good actress. I'm going to move us back over to the chat screen. That might be the Protector movie, but this shot is the offender. Dorian A, you got a supple brain. Let me tell you something, Lainey. My brain will never be old. It is completely smooth. There you go. Checkmate. No wrinkles on this brain. I may be getting on in years, but my brain is as smooth as it's ever been.
Shed all the wrinkles.
Absolutely. Every single one of them. I think that probably happened while I was watching the Ancient Aliens TV series.
Oh no, why would you do that?
Because I love it. It's the best comedy on television.
How many brain cells did you lose when playing the Ancient Aliens video game?
All the ones I had left. Man, that game is trash fire. Okay, I'm not this... I don't like doing this, right? I don't like coming out and saying, man, this game is trash. Because I live by the premise that there's going to be someone out there somewhere. That's the only game they ever had. Growing up, they played this game. It was a favorite of theirs, and I don't want to be the person that says, that's terrible. Why would you even play that? Like, somewhere out there, someone has got nostalgic memories about Bubsy 3D. And even if I don't personally like Bubsy 3D, that doesn't mean that I have the right to take away those good feelings that other people have. That being said, I would never take
the feelings away. I would still try to introduce him to something better.
Well, no, there's a good chance that they have played something better, but that's their nostalgia. You know, it's not for me to tell them that their nostalgia is wrong.
Okay, yeah, I would never tell somebody that their nostalgia is wrong.
That being said,
try to do it to me.
That being said, Ancient Aliens is trash fire. Is probably... It was the most disappointing game I think I've ever played. Because given the fact that Ancient Aliens... Like, I don't believe in it for even in the slightest. I just find it very interesting. It's fun to watch people go around in circles and invent... it can just completely invent ways of... making something work just for the sake of selling a book, right? I'm not a fan of the Ancient Aliens theories. I don't think that they're right at all. But from the perspective of someone looking at it and going, would this make a good story? Well, now you got my attention. I mean, Stargate had my attention. It's basically the same thing. I like Stargate. Stargate, good. So, when I started playing Ancient Aliens, the video game, I originally played it as a joke. because I didn't think it was going to be good. And then I started playing it, and I'm like, no way. Hold on a second. This might actually be a good game. What is happening here? The goal was to basically build a city. It's like a city builder. Kind of like Civilization or... not Civilization, sorry. Something like... a bit more like Age of Empires. Right? From what I understand, there is no combat in the game whatsoever. But it's like Age of Empires, where you've got to build a town, quarry the land, expand your influence, chop down trees, build more things for your land, for your town. So you need houses, you need shops, you need stuff like that. And I'm like, whoa, this is actually really, really cool. And all the while, you are building a pyramid. And that's as far as it goes. It doesn't go any further than that.
Yeah, I believe what was disappointing is that there's almost a coherent game in there.
There is almost a good game there. And then it just isn't. It just stops. It's like they went, oh, look, you can build a town. You definitely don't need anything else. Like, there's nothing else. There's no combat with neighboring tribes. There's no disease. Your villagers can't die. There's no need to worry about your population. Once you get to a point of stability, you just quarry and
there were no states.
Let the pyramid build.
Yeah, and it stopped giving you decisions you had to make.
Yeah, and the decisions you make don't actually have any impact on anything at all. So there's like 3 different groups that you have to appease. You got to appease the king, who represents the people of the tribe. You've got to appease the aliens. And you've got to appease the priesthood. And the way you do that is you've got to tell the priesthood that the aliens are gods. You've got to appease the aliens by hiding alien technology. And you appease the king by giving them gold, even though the aliens are the ones that want the gold. So there is a balance there. Or I thought there was a balance there. But there isn't. You literally can't do anything wrong. If you suddenly decide I'm giving all of my gold to the king instead of the aliens, nothing happens. There is no difference. There is no change. If you decide to give all of the gold to the aliens and give nothing to the pharaoh, then nothing changes. It just means that you can't buy upgrades for your town. So you just wait and you do it later. And with the priesthood, you've got to build certain things like temples. And if you don't build a temple, oh well. Like there's nothing, there's literally nothing that can go wrong in the game. So while I thought, oh my goodness, this is actually looking like it might be kind of fun. This is like a game where, all right, fine, there's no external combat. I wish there was external combat. Especially seeing as they gave you these like Minotaur style monsters that you can control, genetic experiments done by the aliens. And I was thinking, oh, they'll be useful in a fight. There are no fights. They can just carry more blocks to the pyramid. And that is literally it. It is all about carrying stone blocks to the pyramid. It's genuinely frustrating that they had such a good premise. They had 3 different factions that you were in the middle of, that they could have done some really interesting balance and playing with this idea, oh no, we need to protect the people from knowing about the aliens, we need to protect the priesthood, or we need to follow the priesthood, make them happy by building temples, because their worship of the aliens empowers the aliens. But they also take up space in the city, which means that the king needs to approve of the building of settlements and temples and settlements. Then you've got the king that wants gold, and of course the aliens also want gold, so there's a pull in two different directions. And you're like, this is really cool. And it goes absolutely nowhere. And you can just leave it as an idle game after a while. You can get your town to equilibrium and then just walk away and come back. And they would have built some of the pyramid. Now, obviously, the bigger the town you have, the more population you have, the faster the pyramid is built. But it took us, how long did it take us? Like 3 hours? And it just built the first layer of the pyramid. Just for the first layer.
As an idle game, I think that the only thing that would really work for that game is, say it's one of those streams on Twitch that do those continuous streams.
Yes,
the ones where they run it for like up to a week if they can, and
yeah, absolutely.
The camera just shows them like sleeping sometimes, and they go in and out to go to get food and whatever. And they sometimes put stuff on the screen while they're asleep to keep people entertained.
Yes.
I feel like that's the only place where such a game like this would work. So you play it up to a certain point, then it's like, okay, good night, guys. Let's see how much the pyramid is built by the morning.
I agree.
And they just have it in the corner of the screen for a while.
Yeah, I completely agree with that. It could work as a game where if you are, you know, while you're playing other things, you could just have a little window in the bottom corner of your screen where you can see something is happening. You know, you could have it there just to see how long it takes them to build. But yeah, it's not a good game. Do I still have that up? Ancient Aliens. Do I still have that episode?
Sure
I do. Okay, I do still have the Ancient Aliens episode up on the channel. So it is Ancient Aliens, Swiggity Swooty, we're probing that booty. Episode only, never again. It's got the grand total of 50 views. It is a terrible game. It is a horrible game. I don't expect anyone to watch it. It's a nearly 6-hour stream. And I think by the end of it, we only made the first layer of the pyramid. I noticed you were doing it again. Yes, Stylish. Welcome to the stream. Kind of. You're only semi-welcome. How are you doing today? What have you been up to? What are you playing right now?
I'm just reading back on what Shiny said before.
Oh, yeah. Oh,
there
yeah,
are games I can't help myself and call trash. For example, Pokemon Legends Arceus is the kind of game where all 5 brain cells I have decided to hate it. Now that is interesting.
Yeah.
Because I have also heard a lot of people praise it. I can't say one way or the other because I haven't played it.
No, I haven't either. It looks good, but yeah.
And this is also being transparent to say, like, I also have not played Sword and Shield, but I saw nothing there that attracted me to it.
Yes, admittedly. Sword and Shield.
Arceus at least looks interesting. But yeah, there's a lot of people who praise that, and yeah, Shiny did not like it. What do you know? People have tastes. And they're different.
He said the saddest part is people recommended me this game, calling it the freshest Pokemon game as of recently. Haven't been so disappointed in anything before. That's, yeah, wow, okay. That is a very unique take. I have not heard anyone saying that game is bad. I've seen a lot of people saying that it's their favorite Pokemon game. But yeah, fair enough. I mean, I can kind of, I still wouldn't say that it's fair to call it trash. But I can see, you know, if you genuinely just, this is the worst game I've ever played, that's fine. But, you know, I think there's a difference between saying I genuinely dislike this game compared to this is a trash game. I mean, you should still be able to see why, maybe why other people liked it, even if it's not something that appealed to you. Like, to me, if I was to describe what is a game that I would consider a trash game, I think that would have to really be a game that is just inherently flawed. From the very beginning, from the very first piece of code that was written down, it is inherently flawed. Like, it doesn't do anything right. It doesn't understand the gameplay mechanics. It doesn't understand the loop. It doesn't understand the flow. The art is... See, art is subjective, and that's where it becomes very difficult for me to say a game is trash. Because even if you dislike everything else about a game, or even if you dislike everything else about video games as a whole, you can still appreciate the art. You can still appreciate the music. So for me to say that a game is trash, not just something I dislike, but actually this is trash, it has to be something that I find no merit in whatsoever. And because so much of it is subjective, I find it very difficult to call it trash. That's just me, though, you know. I'm just talking from my perspective, obviously. I'm not trying to tell you what your perspective is. But
I guess it's the reason why we couldn't call Crusader of Senti trash. Because you could see there's a lot of interesting ideas, and they were definitely trying very hard. But in the bid to be different from Legend of Zelda, that's why so many things were wrong. But like you said, about, like, there's all these other aspects to it. Good lord, the art was really lovely.
Yeah, it was.
The sprite work was incredible.
It was gorgeous. Yeah, it really was.
I was surprised that some of the music was not as repetitive as I was expecting in certain areas.
Yeah, some of it was actually kind of good. Yeah. I think Crusader Senti is a really good example. Because, yeah, I must admit, I did lose my temper with it. I did think the game was trash. I thought it was really bad. But it's only after the, you know, the initial dislike goes away. You know, you've got that visceral, emotional perspective, which is the first thing you get. And then afterwards you think about it and you're like, okay, nah, you know what? I could see what it was trying to do. But the problem is that it was clearly trying to be a Legend of Zelda game. But it didn't understand what made Legend of Zelda good. And so it just felt like a really cheap knockoff. But it looked gorgeous. Like, that was the thing that threw me. It was a beautiful looking game. And to me, I looked at it and I'm like, oh, okay. Man, they put a lot of effort in you. Look at all those animation sprites. That's a lot of animation for the Mega Drive. That's insane. Okay. And it really looked like they put so much effort into it. But they really didn't understand how to put together a game like that. And it resulted in a very schizophrenic experience. Like, part of me really wanted to like it, while other parts of me wanted to just throw it out the window. Yeah, I think Crusader of Senti is a good example, yeah. To be fair, it could be you that isn't fresh. I'm not a fan of Legends Arceus myself. but it was a step in the right direction for the franchise. I mean, I think that's a good point. Yeah, I do think that is a good point. It could be that we had just, you know, pre-programmed to liking a particular thing, and when it's different, our initial response is to dislike it. I think that is true. We fear change. Anyway, yeah, I think that there's a part of that, not, but, is it a step in the right direction? Now, that's a very objective perspective, and, sorry, that's a very objective statement, but I think that is a subjective... I think that is subjective. I think it's a step in the right direction in the sense that they were doing something different. That doesn't necessarily mean that I like what they did different, if that makes sense. Trying something new is good. What they did may not be.
Actually, between them, Laney and Stylish made a really good point.
Yeah, boring.
And
yeah, just about to get onto that.
I rather like what Stylish said about, I'd rather play a frustrating game than a boring one. That is interesting.
So Stylish says, a game that is boring, at least if it's frustrating, I have to engage with it. If I don't need to do... if I don't need to do that, then it's even worse than boring. I'd rather play a frustrating game than a boring game. I understand. Laney says games are allowed to be boring. Boring isn't bad. Boring is also massively subjective. What you find to be boring could be a wild ride for someone else. A game that just hits right. Boringness can't equal bad. I disagree. I do have to disagree with Laney on this one. I do think boring is probably the worst sin that a video game can make. This could just be your interpretation of the word, or my interpretation of the word boring, but I don't think a I think a boring game is a game that has no stimulation whatsoever. That's where I would consider a boring game. Now, I've seen a lot of people recently comparing games like Animal Crossing or 𝗬𝗂𝗶𝘁𝗰𝗵. You know, these kind of chill games. Stardew Valley and stuff like that. You know, these are boring games. And I don't agree with that. I don't think that's right at all. I think that you can have games that doesn't have a lot going on, but that doesn't make it boring. Boring is a game that you don't want to play because there's zero stimulation. It just doesn't do anything. Is that subjective? Yes, that is still subjective. But I think there's a difference between a game that is a slow game, a slow burn game, a chill game, chill slop. I don't know why we stick slop on the end of everything these days, but chill slop games is what the Zoomers are calling it.
I was not aware of that, and my life is worse for it.
They bloody hell, they call everything slop these days. Like, oh, this is a game about, admittedly, some of it is kind of sloppish. Some of it is just, you know, this is the newest meme game. So, yeah, I can kind of understand from that perspective. But yeah, I don't think boring should be equated with, something that's slow. Something that has a different... doesn't have action. I don't think action and boring are opposites. I think you can have an action game that is entirely boring because it doesn't do anything. if you've got an action, there's actually a really good example of this on Switch. I think it might be on other games as well. It's called Samurai Maiden. And the game looked like it was going to be like a Warriors style game, maybe a Senran Kagura kind of game. It's not. It's got a similar combo sequence, but it's basically the same combo over and over again. You can't change it. It's press Y 3 times, press X once. That is it. That is the entirety of the combat. And it's so repetitive and boring and frustrating that it could have been better. Excuse me. It could have been better, but it's so boring because it's the same enemies in every area. Most of the areas look similar. The characters are completely bland. There's no depth or emotion or anything. They are just empty. And the combat is press Y 3 times and then press X. That's boring. Now, people who say that Animal Crossing is boring, I disagree with that. I don't think Animal Crossing is boring. I think it could be boring for some people because it's a slower paced game. But I think boring is inherently a bad thing.
I think it comes back to what you said before, that it's about what is there to do. And some games promise something that they just do not give.
Yes.
And if you're left going, not even just what do I do now, it's just, really? This is it? And I think that for some people, that's maybe how they equate that to boring with something like Animal Crossing. But you also have to take in consideration what it is you're going into.
Yeah.
Everybody has eyes if they're playing a video game that's got a visual element to it, right? I'm sure there's some out there that are all sound-based only.
Yes.
But if you're going into something that you can read and look at and examine before you touch it, there's a certain level of, is this the kind of game that I want to play? And if you go into it then wanting to play that kind of game, you can't really be surprised if that gameplay is slow. I was a person who was surprised playing certain games, which I thought, hey, this looks like it's going to be a fun adventure, it's going to be this, it's going to be that, and was bored to tears.
Yes. Hey Marley, welcome to the stream. How you doing today? I'm back from the soccer game. How's the hangout? We are hanging out. Sorry, I should put myself away. We are indeed hanging out. We're currently chatting about video games, and obviously, surprise, surprise, right? Currently we're on the topic of like what makes a good game. Is there such thing as an objectively trash fire game? I think that's kind of where we're at. And Stylish brought up the point of it being boring. If a game is boring. So Laney has actually responded there saying that here's the difference in that statement though. What I say is not Animal Crossing is boring. What I say is Animal Crossing bores me. And that's fine. That is a subjective statement. I completely agree. That is entirely up to the individual saying this game bored me. Absolutely. But that doesn't mean that there aren't games that are boring. Like, they don't do anything special. They don't do anything different. They are monotonous. They are, they don't have particularly catchy art. Maybe it's just repetitive. Like, they use the same art style as something else. I mean, I think that, I really enjoyed the art style of Breath of the Wild and Tears of the Kingdom. It's one of the few things of Breath of the Wild I enjoyed from the very beginning. I thought that game was gorgeous, right? And the first time I played it, wasn't a fan. But when there was another 30 games within the next couple of years that all had the exact same art style, that got boring. Because no one was doing anything new, they were just trying to duplicate what was successful. What Square Enix is doing right now with the HD 2D, I love the HD 2D art style. But it's getting boring, because every new 2D RPG that they release is HD 2D. They all look the same. They all blend together. It's now becoming boring because it's always the same. They don't do anything different with it. I'm really looking forward to the adventures of Elliot the Millennium Tale. And yet I can't get out of my mind that this game looks the same as Octopath Traveler. It looks the same as Unicorn... Was it Unicorn Overlord? No, that was Grasshopper, wasn't it? Triangle Strategy. It looks the same as Octopath. It looks the same as Triangle Strategy. It looks the same, sort of. It looks closer to Live Alive, the re-release of Live Alive. And it's just, at this point, it has gotten to the point where it's just like, can we get some kind of differentiation? Can we get something that's even just a little bit different, please? And I think that the more people push on a particular art style, the more boring it becomes. And I think that is fair to say that objectively it has become boring when everyone is doing the same thing. Absolutely, there are boring games. They're just to get triggered at the semantics of someone being bored of something versus something being boring. Righto. I understand. I definitely understand, but I think that there are subjectively I think there are objectively boring games as well. And I think
I was going to say the word is objective.
Objective, yeah. And I think that's what Stylish was getting at, is that some games are just boring. Like, they don't do anything special. Like, even Samurai Maiden, which like I said, the game is horrible. The art style is still quite nice. So even that is not completely without merit, and that's why I'm saying that I don't think there's such thing as a trash fire game, like an absolute, this is objectively a bad game, because there's always going to be someone that finds something that they enjoy. And even this game that I just labeled as being probably one of the most boring games I've ever played, it still has a nice art style. Some of the colors are a bit bland, but otherwise it's quite a nice art style. Which is how it tricked me, the bastard.
I was actually going to ask you then, is it a matter of being actually a bad game, or was E.T. misunderstood?
E.T. was misunderstood.
Okay.
And it's even more misunderstood today than it was at the time.
Because of the stigma that surrounded it?
No, because people today are idiots.
Okay, well...
Yes, I'm going there.
No. I'm going to stop you right there. People have always been idiots.
That is true. E.T. phone it in. I will not have this slander against Howard Scott Warshaw on this channel. Howard Scott Warshaw was given 6 weeks to make the game. And considering that, considering the game that came out the other side, he did a bloody amazing job. But this is where I mean when I say people today are idiots, okay? I'm sorry, but they are. If you go back to Atari games and you stick an Atari game in the cartridge slot and you turn your Atari on and think you can understand how to play the game, you are in for a rude awakening. Game manuals existed for a reason. Video games, specifically video game mechanics, were were very primitive. And there was no room on a cartridge to include a tutorial. So everything you need to know is in the manual. Right? So if you want to know how to control the game, you read the manual. If you want to know what the obstacles are that you need to avoid, you read the manual. If you want to know what you need to do to win, you read the manual. If you want to understand what does this screen mean, what does that screen mean, what does this do, what does that do, you read the manual. Now, in Big 2026, finding an ET manual is not difficult. It used to be. But you can go online and read the manual. But people don't do that. They take a cartridge of ET, or they get a ROM of ET, boot up an Atari emulator. Maybe they have an Atari 2600 Plus like I do. And they get an ET cartridge, they stick it in thinking, oh, this is the worst game that's ever been made. It completely destroyed the games industry. Plug it in and go, oh yeah, this game is shit. Oh, I don't know what to do. It's because you didn't read the manual.
Almost like back then, they couldn't fit in the instructions into the game.
It was impossible. It's like, okay, so imagine this. Imagine this. Someone wants to get into board games. And someone tells them, oh, so give me your top 5 board games for people who really are into board games. And they go, oh, okay, yeah, that's a really good one. I mean, you gotta go with the classic Risk. Risk is a really good classic strategy game. That's fantastic. I would say Call of Cthulhu, phenomenal board game. Absolutely, I love that. Ticket to Ride. I love we should play Ticket to Ride again because I love Ticket to Ride. Man, I love trains. Settlers of Catan is a modern masterpiece, right? I love Settlers of Catan. And what else can we throw into this? Maybe it's not really a board game, but Munchkin. Right? Munchkin. Amazing game. Amazing card-based party game that you can play. Anyone can like pick up and play. And they go, oh yeah, that sounds great. And then they go out and they go, oh man, that's kind of expensive. I can't buy all 5 of those. I'm gonna have to pick some games. And then they go, well, they said that Risk was a classic. Let's have a go with Risk. And they buy Risk, they bring it home, they open it up, they put the board on the table, they get a bunch of the different characters out, a bunch of the different pieces, and then they look at it and they go, I don't know what to do, this is a terrible game. Or the same thing with Call of Cthulhu. You set up the board, you put the different decks out, you got your character, you put your character in the starting zone in Arkham University, and you look at the board and you go, I don't know what to do, this is a terrible game. You gotta read the manual. The book tells you how to play. And that was the same for Atari games. Most of them you need to read the manual. Even something so simple as Yar's Revenge, which is one of my favorite Atari games, you need to read the manual. Because otherwise you're going to be sitting there going, I don't know what to do. I don't know what I need to do with this.
Into the early 90s with video games, not only did you have manuals that told you these are the controls, this is the objective, and this is what's going to happen if you do this.
Yep.
Quite a lot of them included even a short walkthrough.
Yep.
Just because games are getting so complicated. It's
Legend of Zelda.
Wow, okay. Yeah, we better tell them what to do. Well, another example, we brought it up earlier, Crusader Ascenti. it had a walkthrough in the back pages.
Yes, it did.
For the first part of the adventure.
Yeah.
Final Fantasy VII had a walkthrough.
Yeah, for the beginning of the bombing mission.
Long past the days where they do that. A
Yep.
lot of it is either figure it out or everything's told to you on screen.
Yes. And that's the thing. That is a good thing. That is a good change. That is an improvement to video games. That video games today, they have all... I realize I'm saying this with Xenoblade Chronicles 2 just sitting there looking at me.
Look, can always be exceptions to the rule.
Video games today have tutorials in them. Yeah, I'm still looking at you, Xenoblade Chronicles 2. For the most part, they do a really good job of explaining game mechanics in a natural way. Sometimes you get pop-ups on the screen. Other times they introduce it through different gameplay elements. For example, I mean, Final Fantasy VII is a great example of this, where you will, the beginning of the bombing mission, and you're immediately thrown into a combat situation, and you've got options. You can attack, or you can use an item, but you don't have it. I think you've only got like a potion on you. And the first attack is gonna be a quick kill of the enemy. And you're like, oh, right, okay, I select from the menu, I select the enemy, and then I move on. And then you get told about materia later on, and they give you materia, and they say, oh, don't forget, you can assign materia to your weapon. You're like, oh, I can assign a materia to my weapon? Hang on a minute, let me have a look at my weapon in the menu. And you go to the character profile, you go to the materia screen, and it's like, oh, there it is. Now, Final Fantasy does this in two ways, because it also does pop-ups that guides you through. And gotta be honest, those guides are really freaking frustrating that you can't skip over them. But I guess I understand why, because if you accidentally skipped over them, you might not know where to find them. But then again, there is a tutorial menu that you can go to, click on, and read the tutorial. Xenoblade Chronicles 2. Don't have to buy them in-game using in-game currency,
Silly method.
Yeah, that's ridiculous. But yeah. The other method is, like the Mega Man method. Is that every time that there's a new obstacle, the game gives you, or forces you, actually, to wait and not engage with the obstacle immediately. Or it gives you a reprieve. Like, it puts you in a position where the obstacle is going to... If it's something that fires a projectile, the obstacle will miss you. So, you can't be hit by it when you first encounter something. Or it'll show you... oh, here's a drop. Here's a hole. And you can see these little... things, these little shelves, these little platforms going back and forth across it, and you can stand on it. And you stand on the first one, but you can see the one below you, there's a little gap in the wire. So as it goes over the gap, the platform drops. And before you jump onto it, you have to watch it doing that. Because you're too far away from it. And so you see it and you go, oh, okay, that's what that means. Cool. All right, I understand. Because the first platform you stand on doesn't have a gap in the wire. The second one does. And so does the third one. So the first one is to tell you, hey, this is a platform. The second one is to tell you, this is what happens when the platform goes over a gap. The third one is the challenge. The third one is, you need to jump at the right time to avoid falling off. That is a great visual way of telling someone how to play a game.
Thinking about it, you bringing up Mega Man has made me think specifically about playing Mega Man X when I was a child. And it's something that, at the very least with platformers, was a thing back then, and I don't see it happen as much often now, or most games really. The whole being taught how things work as you start the game.
Yes.
Whenever starting a game like Mega Man X, other platformers, or even some adventure games, what I always remember is you start off in an area that has a clear direction to go forward, but you are given that time at the beginning to go, right, I'm going to mash every button on this controller and figure out what it does.
Yes.
Games today, I noticed, will pretty much have next to nothing you can do. You might be able to press one button and it'll do something.
Oh, yes. I see what you mean.
It doesn't fill out the rest of your controls until you've traveled along far enough and it says, now you can do this.
Yeah.
Not saying this is bad or if this is good. I'm just saying that is interesting. No. I've noticed that change.
I know what you're talking about. Yeah, having a safe environment to just, like, press buttons and see what it does is a huge part of learning by doing. And humans are better at learning stuff that way, by discovering things for ourselves. I think a good example of that, like a guided way of showing you how that works, is probably something like A Link to the Past. So, when you get out of bed, at the beginning of A Link to the Past, you've got very limited options of what you can do. You don't have any items in your inventory, so you can press the item button, which is Y. You can press X, but I'm not sure if you can bring up the map at the very beginning. I think you can. I'm pretty sure you can bring up the map, but you know. So you're in the house. You're in the house. You've got nothing. You've got no sword. You've got no shield. You've got no items. You've got no currency. You're standing in the house. You can mash buttons. X opens up the map, and you go, oh, I can see the map. Oh, there's the castle. The castle is north of me. So, okay, what do I do next? Well, A button is usually do stuff. So I'm gonna go and see what can I do if I press the A button on this chest that's over in the corner of the room. And you go over, you press the A button on the chest in the corner of the room, and suddenly, oh, you've got the lantern. Now, hold on a second. What does that mean? So you bring up the start menu, because it tells you press the start button to see your items menu. You press the start button, it pulls up the items menu. Now you can put the lantern into, you know, you can hover over it and put it into your item slot. But you can't really do anything with it, because you don't have any magic. And it tells you when you pick up the lantern that you need magic to be able to use it. I was like, oh, I don't have any magic. Okay. So your uncle tells you that he's going to the castle. You got the message from Zelda telling you that she wants you to come save her. So you go outside. And all of the areas, all of the places that you could go are being blocked off by road guards. And so they tell you, oh, you shouldn't be out this late at night, young man. You should probably go home. And once again, you remember, oh, I pressed the X button. And I press the X button again. I can see, oh, yeah, there's the castle's up there. That's right. Okay, I need to go that way. So you head up there. And it tells you that you can find a way into the castle. There's a secret way into the castle. And you get an opportunity to explore around. There's not a lot to explore. But it teaches you that you have to look for something. You have to discover things. And so eventually you make your way around to the right-hand side of the castle. And you see this shrub, this bush. You've seen lots of these bushes around. And probably by now you've pressed A on one of them and you figured out you could pick it up. So you go around and you see that there's this one bush that is surrounded by white flowers. And you're like, now hold on a second, that looks a little bit suspicious. That looks different to the other ones. Can I press A on this bush? And you press A on the bush, and you pick up the bush, and there's a hole. Wait, that might be the secret way into the castle. You get into the castle, and you encounter your uncle who's just been run through and left for dead in one of the corridors in the dungeon. And he gives you a sword and shield, and he says, press B to use the sword. And don't forget, you can hold down the B button and charge energy in your blade for a spin attack. The secret art of our ancient people. Oh, okay, that sounds interesting. I want to try that straight away. So you press the B button, you can swing the sword. It doesn't hit anything. There's no enemies in the room. There's nothing you can damage or break. And you try pressing B. And you hold down B, and it charges up. You do a spin attack, and you feel like a badass. Then you go into the next room. Oh, there's bad guys now. That's, okay. Wait, I have a sword now. Now, hold on, I've got a sword. And their swords are really, really small. They look like they have daggers or something. Alright, I can get close to them, and I can hit them. And you do, and they take 2 hits, and they die. And then you're like, oh, cool. And then you go over to the other side of the room where you saw one of the guards maybe walking off. And you see another chest, and you go, oh, I remember that. There was a chest in the room. I got the lantern out of it. And when you click on that one, you get a bunch of rupees. Oh, wait, what the heck's a rupee? That's currency. Oh, I got money. Okay, cool. And one of the other things in there, you get a little bit of magic bar. And you go, oh, wait, hang on a second. I've got magic now. Can I use this lantern? And you've got the lantern. You can press Y. And suddenly you can use your lantern. You can spit a little bit of fire. And you're like, oh, I can use that to light things. Okay. Maybe I can use that to, like, set things on fire. Maybe there's still a guard left and you try it on the guard and it doesn't work. And you're like, oh, no, I can't do that. Okay, right, fair enough. You know?
So the entirety of the opening will teach you everything you need to know.
It's a step-by-step guide all throughout the opening sequence of Legend of Zelda: A Link to the Past. It's a step-by-step guide. And even as you go through the game, it's a lot like Mega Man. You go through one room, you go into the main area, now you're out in the courtyard, and there's 2 of those guys with the daggers, but there's one with a big sword. And he notices you straight away and he comes rushing at you, but there's a line of bushes. He can't get to you. But he's more aggressive than the ones with the daggers. And then you go into another room in the castle, and you see that there's a soldier, and he's wearing blue armor. And it's like, oh, hold on a second. This guy's wearing blue armor. What's his deal? And you discover that they are stronger. Even when you go into the room where you pick up the boomerang, there's a guy in blue armor. But the guy in blue armor is set to be looking away from the door. So he doesn't notice you until he's done a full 180 of the room and then sees you at the door, and they move slowly. So even though there's this guy, now he's got blue armor, is he going to be stronger? He can't see you, so he doesn't come rushing at you. It gives you time to realize, hang on, this is a stronger enemy. I need to figure something out. And maybe you get to the chest before you kill him, and you're like, oh, boomerang, what does that do? And you throw the boomerang at the blue guy because maybe that'll work. And you stun the blue guy, and you get a couple of extra hits on him, and you kill him, and you figure out, I've got to hit him 3 times. It's a step-by-step guide. The entirety of the opening of A Link to the Past is a step-by-step guide. It's perfect. It is genuinely perfect. One of the things that that I don't like, I really don't like, it's these. Let me just post this to put to the screen a second. Image. these. Oh, that's tiny. Okay. But I think you know what I'm talking about. These things. These horrible things. So, it became a trend, specifically with Xbox. Like, you sometimes see it with PlayStation. But it became a trend that at the beginning of a game, it would flash one of these on the screen, and you had to memorize everything. And these are horrible. Because, like, sometimes you can have, you might have oh, hang on a minute. It went underneath, my pointer went underneath my, my image. My bad. There we go. Sometimes you might have something like this that says, use super action. I don't know where a super action is. It might be something that you don't unlock for, like, 2 or 3 chapters of the game, but it's there right at the very beginning. And you're like, I have no idea what that is. And eventually you completely forget about it, and you think that maybe the R button just doesn't have a function. Maybe it'll have something like, use your chakra energy. But you start off the game without chakra energy, or whatever it might be. And you're like, oh, okay, so that's a thing, but I don't know what it is yet. And then you know, but you might never see this again. Because this appears right at the very beginning of a game. And then, you know, some games you can go into the menu and you can see this sort of layout. But sometimes they're just in loading screens. They just show you, this is the controller, these are the buttons. Memorize it while the game is loading. And then when the game finally loads, you may never see it again. And that's really, really poorly designed. Especially when games have got contextual buttons, where A might be attack when you're looking at an enemy, but if you're looking at an ally, it's just talk. So it's like, how do I talk to my allies? I've only got an attack button.
For games like this, would they have included the controls set up in the manual?
In the manual, yeah.
Because that's obviously like one of the first Xbox controllers.
Yes, yeah. And so they would have, for a lot of games like this, they would have had something like this in the manual, so that you can look at the manual and say, okay, yeah, I don't know what that is yet. But, you know, you can always come back to it. It's always right there. And so when eventually someone tells you, oh, you've just unlocked your super duper chakra power. And it's like, oh, okay, how do I do that? Go to the manual. Oh, that's what the Y button does. And, you know, usually it will tell you, obviously, you would like to hope that in the game it will say, oh, press Y button when the certain conditions are met to be able to do it. But, truth is, back in those days, they didn't always have the room to do that. So it'd be written in the manual. And that's why E.T. isn't, getting back to where we started. Hey, see, I remembered. Getting back to E.T., that's the reason why it isn't as bad as people think. It's just people haven't read the manual. And of course, you know, I will admit, sometimes it's difficult to, for people who are just getting into Atari games, you might not know where to find the manual. So even that, I would say, sure. I mean, you can always Google E.T. Atari manual, and you will be presented with the website Atari Age.
Well, see, on that, I was going to address this before where Stylish said you can't exactly criticize people for not being sure to do something that isn't expected of them for games today if they refuse to read it. Well, I mean, I can.
Yeah.
But in context
the fact
of
that
every
they didn't
situation.
read it.
And as this is what I was saying before, I will absolutely attribute the same thing for people today as back then. Back then, when E.T. came out, everything that was in the box was handed to you.
Yes.
If you bought that game, then you had everything you needed to continue and play the game, right?
Yes. Yep. Absolutely.
So
Everything.
the expectation was already set because that's how it was. That's how every Atari game was. That's
Yes.
how any other system for the competitors it was. Do I expect people to think of that today? To a degree, no. But I feel that most people, like giving even the benefit of the doubt, I feel like most people should then have the forward thinking of, I am now attempting to interact with and understand an older system, an older game. I should probably do some research.
Yes. Hello, Emilio. Welcome to the stream. How are you doing today? I'm with Kiko on this one. I understand what you're saying, Stylish. I do appreciate that. That is a good point. That people today are not as, not necessarily as geared for it. Like, they don't have that part in their brain telling them you should read a manual. But at the same time, if you are playing a game and you don't understand what you're doing, there's a good chance that it's not necessarily the game's fault.
A lot of it comes down to what information is currently available to you.
Yes.
And like I said, if you are the one who is attempting to understand something from so long ago, then surely that means that you are required to take the step of looking into it.
Yeah, you ultimately, I think the best way to put it is, you are stepping into a different era. You have to understand the game that you are playing from the context of when it was released. You can't expect the game from the late 70s, early 80s to have, you know, when you start it up, it gives you a big tutorial and, you know, a voiceover tells you, oh, hey, by the way, if you do this, that, and the other, you can do this, this, and this. You know, that's not going to be in those games. And understanding, like, if you are exploring retro gaming, if you are exploring these classic games, you need to understand that they are more primitive. Like, sometimes that's a better thing. There's a reason that Pac-Man is still one of the best games that ever been released. But sometimes, because they're primitive, because they don't have a lot of storage capacity on those cartridges, you're going to need to find a tutorial elsewhere. And if you don't have the full package, which is understandable. I've got a ton of Atari games. I've got 2 manuals, 3 maybe, because I either lost them as a kid or I bought them more recently and they didn't come with a manual. So, but when you put a game in and you get no tutorial and it doesn't tell you what to do, you can't then say, oh, this is the game's fault, it didn't tell me what to do. That's the point where you go, okay, I need to find out, what am I missing? Was there a manual? Was there a tutorial? And you could just Google, you know, E.T. tutorial, Yars Revenge tutorial. And I think a lot of the good tutorials will tell you, don't forget to read the manual. And so, if you go, oh, hang on, read the manual. That's a good point. Hang on a minute, I don't have a manual. So you Google, again, Yars Revenge manual. And there it is. You've got the manual on Atari Age. Usually on Atari Age.
That's kind of why Xenoblade Chronicles 2 is such, like, a complete opposite of a situation.
Yes.
Now, I'm of the opinion that Switch cases are more than big enough to include a paper manual.
Agreed.
And those tutorials are not long for each, like, thing that you need to learn about in Xenoblade Chronicles 2. It would have been so easy to have something like that to pick up and refer back to. But if that's not going to be made available to you, you are left in a situation where if it weren't for chat being here who have helped you with the lack of tutorials, or poorly timed tutorials, or being in-game paywalled,
yes,
you would be in that situation of, well, if I'm going to play this game, now I have to go onto the internet.
Yeah. Yeah, and that's I think that is one of those situations. That's actually a really good point. I do think that I would not have played Xenoblade Chronicles 2 as far as I have by now if it wasn't for chat. But at the same time, yes, you're absolutely right. If I wasn't streaming, I would probably have a screen open with tutorials to explain everything. But that's a different kind of commitment, isn't it? Like,
it is, and that's what I mean about how, at what point is it the fault of the game as presented, and at what point is it the fault of the player?
Yeah.
And I know that using the term fault is a very confrontational way of putting it.
Yeah.
But I'm sure you understand what I'm getting at.
Yeah,
like,
yeah.
Where does that responsibility lay?
Yeah, it's more responsibility. Yeah, where is the responsibility of the game versus the responsibility of the player? And I think that if a player is trying to play a game and the game isn't explaining anything, there's context involved. Is it a modern game? Well, modern games have plenty of room to be able to include tutorials, like good tutorials. We've had so many really good tutorials since the 90s. So there's no real excuse to not have a good tutorial in 2025. On the other hand, if you've got a game from the 70s, well, those aren't very big. They might not be able to include a full tutorial. So people who bought the games back then understood that you have to read the manual. And even if we don't have manuals today, I think, like I said, going back to that context, you can't say, man, E.T. is the worst game that was ever made, because you didn't read the manual. It came with a manual. I mean, there's your tutorial. And I think that's ultimately that's kind of what I want to get back to, is like it's not about fault, it's not about blame, it's not about it's a little bit of responsibility in there, but it's people think that E.T. is the worst game ever made because they don't understand it. And most people don't understand it because they haven't tried to understand it. And I don't think it's the worst game that's ever made. And given the fact that it was made in 6 weeks, it's a lot better than it should have been.
I originally asked the question about E.T. because we were talking about, like, what games were even boring. And it made me wonder, like, okay...
I don't think E.T. was boring.
Yeah, was E.T. boring, or was it just confusing?
Confusing. It's especially confusing if you didn't read the manual, obviously. But I wouldn't call it boring. You've got to explore the area, you got to find the pieces to be able to put the contraption together so that E.T. can phone home. All the while, you've got a chase enemy. You've got a stalker enemy following you around. Like, a lot of people put a lot of credit on Mr. X from Resident Evil 2 Remake. You know, he was such a big deal as, oh, we got this stalker enemy. We got this enemy here that follows you around. It doesn't allow you to wait for too long before he comes after you again. And Mr. X was a great enemy. Definitely built off of the what was it called? The X Samus, or Samus X from Fusion.
Was it the Zero suit?
The SAX.
No, it wasn't.
It was the SAX. The SAX was an X-parasite, which had taken over Samus's old armor, and it was stalking you. But the thing about the SAX is it didn't really stalk you. There were moments where you would walk into a room and it was there, and if it saw you, it would chase you. So it wasn't really a stalker. It wasn't doing its thing, wandering around on its own volition. It was a set piece. It was used as an obstacle. And that's fine. It definitely gives you the feeling that you were being stalked and hunted. Definitely Mr. X was kind of, I wouldn't say the first, definitely not the first, but was like a big turnaround. Like, it really felt like you were being hunted down. But the first example of a stalker enemy was E.T. It was the FBI guy that was following E.T. around. If you spent too long on one... Actually, no, I'd go even further back than that. The first example...
I thought it was older than that.
I would say that the first example of a stalker enemy was in Berserk.
Was Berserk before or after Adventure?
Adventure was before Berserk.
Because technically the dragons are kind of like a stalker enemy. They forget about you if you run far enough away, but if you get a little bit too close to their area, they will go like, aha, there you are, and they will follow you across different screens.
No, I don't think so, because you do have to encounter the dragons. With the FBI guy... With the FBI guy, he's always following you.
Okay, well... Oh, no, I was more comparing to Otto.
Yes, that's what I was going to say. Probably Berserk, but again, that is a different kind of enemy. It's more like a timed obstacle, really, or a timed enemy.
You took too long.
But it gives you the sense that you were being stalked and followed when Evil Otto would appear, because you spent too long in a room. So it definitely gives you that sense of, I am being chased, I am being followed, I need to hurry up, I need to get through. That's where the tension in Berserk came from. Was that you had Evil Otto appearing after a few seconds, and you had to get out of the room. And the great thing about that is that, you know, when you're in the arcade as well, the arcade machines for Berserk, they had the voice modulator. They had the voice chip in them. So you got Evil Otto screaming at you, come back, fight like a robot. Or, you know, chicken. Don't let it, you know, shouting, don't let him escape, you know, get the human. And stuff like that. You know, you've got these, you've got this thing yelling at you. You've never had that before. It's completely new to video games. There's a robotic, mechanical voice that sounds like a Cylon yelling at you. Get the human. Come back, fight like a robot.
Get the human is scary.
The one that I love, I will always love this one, is that in the arcade, occasionally at random, the arcade cabinet would say, "Coins detected in pocket."
That is really cool.
It's a bit spoopy, I gotta be honest, when you're walking past and the arcade machine goes, "Coins detected." So, oh, I'm sorry, yes, you have some coins, please. I don't even want to play you, I'm gonna go over there. But just don't eat me.
You can tell that whoever had that idea when building the cabinet had clearly worked in a theme park.
Yeah, exactly. You know, it's a good interactive moment between the game and the potential players. Not even the players, but the potential players. The people who are there just experiencing the arcade environment, and then you walk past it and you're being told, oh, we know you have money. Come on. Stop it now. Stop pretending. Quarter now.
Also, hi, OJ.
Yes, sorry, OJ. An argument can at least be made that needing a manual to understand the game is bad for accessibility. But to be fair, accessibility had gone a long way in recent years. It was not really a priority in the past. Yeah, I don't think it's even necessarily that it wasn't a priority in the past. It wasn't necessarily possible in the past.
Well, accessibility is, yeah, that's its own discussion about, yeah, like you say, what is possible.
Yeah.
But the whole thing about needing a manual to understand the game, I have an answer for that, and it goes back, once again, back to all those old games, as just being the way it was.
Well,
and that wasn't the fault of the video game. You have to remember that a lot of the very, very early computer and video games were sort of more offshoots of the toy industry.
Yes, they were.
Computers were this big thing, and like, look, not only can you do data processing on it, but you can also control that little square going around the screen.
Yeah.
But when it was marketed towards families, it's no different than any other game that you would buy a box of, like, say, like Operation or like Scalextrics or whatever.
Yeah.
They came with a manual because you had to be told how to set it up.
Yeah.
So it is the exact same logic with early video games.
I mean, I did go over this when, probably before OJ got here, but I was saying, like, it's no different than board games. Board games came with a manual.
Still do.
They still do, because you need to. They require a manual to understand how to play them. The reason that it required a manual back in those days is because there wasn't enough room on a cartridge to have a tutorial. And even if the tutorial was on the cartridge, it was going to be visual, because there was very little by way of sound. Some arcade cabinet. Berserk was such a huge thing because it had the voice modulator. Whereas most other games didn't have voice acting. So accessibility is one thing, but there's also the limitations of the medium that we had at the time. And when it comes to older video games, they didn't have the kind of, like, accessibility features has only become a thing in modern times because we can afford to put accessibility features in. Sometimes, you know, even going back a few generations, people were trying to squeeze data onto a particular sized cartridge, and they're like, we don't have enough room for anything else, you know? We don't have a room. We don't have room for a full tutorial to explain everything that's going on that's on the cartridge itself. And even, like I said, even then, even if they did, it would be visual. It would be text box, because they couldn't put voices into a video game. Even like even going to the Super Nintendo or the N64. Having voices in a game that actually spoke to you, it's pretty rare. It's pretty uncommon in those games. Unless it's like a really bit crunched, like FMV sequence. PlayStation had a lot more space because they used discs. Sega Saturn should have had more space because they used discs, but compression wasn't its best.
Yeah, I was going to say that was where I noticed the big jump. That some sound, and especially voices, blew my mind with very early video game stuff that I would play on Amiga. Even things that I encountered on Nintendo later was like, oh my gosh, did you hear that?
Mm.
And then I went on to PlayStation, I was like, oh wow, we're living in the future.
The one that'll always be surprising for me was Ghostbusters. Because Ghostbusters on I think it was the NES version, when you start up the game, you get to the title screen, it goes, Ghostbusters! And you're like,
yeah,
whoa!
Today it sounds like super cursed and crunchy, but back then it's like, how did they do that?
Yeah, how did you fit that onto a NES cartridge? That's insane. When I sat on a visual impairment school in the Nintendo DS days, nearly everyone in my school had a DS, even blind people. The amount of times I got beaten by them in Pokemon Black and Mario Party. Yeah, like, that's is unreal. It's impressive how they just found a way to experience it. Yeah, absolutely. I think obviously, see, one of the things with that is that, is it necessarily the most, the best way of doing it? Maybe, maybe not, I don't know, but I think that kids who have, visual impairment or other kinds of disabilities, it doesn't just have to be visual impairment, you're gonna want to hope that their parents are patient. And maybe their parents can sit down with them and explain to them how a game plays. And then they can kind of, even if they can't see it, then they can still experience it because you know where everything is. Like, for example, any button press on a DS, or on a game like Pokemon specifically, has a sound effect. Okay, you can press like up, down, left, right. The character walks. Yeah, you might not know where they're standing. Fair enough. But if you press like the button to bring up the menu, there's a particular tone to tell you that the menu is there. When you press up and down on the menu, it goes ding, 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 ding. And then when you select it, it's got another tone to tell you that you've selected it. So long as you're able to go, okay, I know where this is, I know where this, I know what order those are in, and that is a lot to remember. I gotta be honest, that is a lot to remember. But if you can memorize where the different menus are, it's probably a lot easier to play. And that's something that, maybe I'm wrong about this, maybe I am, but I think as someone who isn't visually impaired, that seems like magic, you know? But
it kind of helped that the DS was also an extremely social machine.
Yeah, well, I mean, that's not what I'm getting at, but yes. What I mean is, like, as someone with vision, I wouldn't even begin to think, oh, I need to count the number of times that I hear the tone as I go through the menu. I obviously just look at it. So the idea, maybe someone who is visually impaired would be better at that than someone who is hindered by vision. And I do call that a hindrance, not because, you know, oh, they can't play the game because they can see, but more along the lines of, you don't have that kind of acuity and understanding through sound information because we rely so heavily on vision.
Well, it's to say that somebody who then suddenly isn't using their sight is going to be at a huge disadvantage.
Absolutely.
Because of that reliance.
Of course. Yes.
But that's all I was going to get at about the social aspect of DSs, is that you, or at least in my experience, a lot of the time, people were always really willing to help each other.
Yeah, I would agree with that.
And to learn how to use it. This tone means this tone means that. And once there's a certain amount of learning that's going on, and again, through a social aspect of it, then yeah, then away they go.
I think the only thing that was, like, really a big issue regarding that was, like, the original Pokemon game. In the original Pokemon game, some Pokemon have the same cry. So you could be, like, going, oh, that's interesting. This is so far into the game, but suddenly I can hear... I don't actually know which ones have the same cry. But you go in and it's like, oh, that's interesting. We're right at the end of the game, and yet suddenly, I don't know, a Bidoof... No, that's a bit too late. A Rattata has appeared. You know, it's like, oh, there's a Rattata here. Wow, that's weird. It's so late in the game. It ends up you're fighting something that's like level 60. And you just go, oh, I can beat this thing, no problem. Attack. Why is it still alive? Why do I not hear the victory music?
They've since re-recorded a lot of those, haven't they? That now all Pokemon have a unique cry.
I think so. I'm pretty sure they do, but Lainey would be the one to ask about that one, because Lainey does know which ones have different cries, or which ones have the same cries.
I'll shake it out of him later.
Yeah. OJ says the benefit the DS had at the time was that you could put it a millimeter from your face really easily, and many of my friends literally did that too, and that was a way they could see, okay. And a friend of mine could play Pokemon completely on sound effects, because every Pokemon attack had a unique sound effect that you could recognize. Yeah, except for, like, first generation, where some Pokemon had the same sound effect. I think it was an accident as well. Like, they were never intended to have the same sound effect, but it was just bit placement. And
well, for DS,
pulled the wrong ones.
Pokemon by that point would have been in Generation 4, so...
Yeah, they would have all had unique at that point.
That's the point where it's all unique. Though I have to agree absolutely with what OJ's saying there, though, about the benefits that you could put the thing like a millimeter from your face.
Oh, yeah, definitely.
That is the wonderful thing about all handhelds.
And ones with backlights.
Okay, true.
You couldn't do that with the Game Boy.
Okay, fair. See, I never owned a Game Boy. Actually thinking about it, the DS was actually my first Nintendo handheld. Oh,
really?
I never owned any of the other ones before that point.
Okay.
I'd played them because other friends might had them, but I was mostly just a console girly. The DS was my first. And why, yes, I too have also brought the screen right up to my nose.
Not
especially
due to eyesight.
Playing the Ace Attorney games.
I need to find that 1 pixel. Where is it?
Absolutely. It was like, is that a shadow under the couch, or is that a piece of evidence? Is that something I can pick up?
Yeah.
And then when we got our first 3D objects in the game, it was like, I am going to turn this little desk statue over and over and over again until I find something different.
Yeah. But yeah, it was, oh man, DS was such a good time, though.
It was a really good time.
It's probably one of the best times for social gaming, was the DS and 3DS eras.
Having Street Pass was just so good.
Yeah, Street Pass is something that I will forever be frustrated at, that we still don't have it in the Switch and Switch 2. There's a lot of things, you know, like, there's a lot of aspects of the Switch 2 that I genuinely love, right? It's a Switch, but it's more powerful, and I'm like, that's all I want. The Joy-Cons are better. The Joy-Con connectivity, I was so skeptical about the magnets. And then
and then
when I actually got my hands on it, I'm like, Oh no. That's good. I like that. That's really strong. That's a really powerful connection. And but the problem is that there's a lot of whimsy which has disappeared, and I think that's the serious, unfortunate aspect of it, is like the whimsy is gone. The DSs and the 3DSs had the wallpapers and Street Pass and Badge Arcade, and I didn't care about spending a little couple of dollars to do a claw machine a couple of times a week, you know? It was fun. It was interesting. It meant I could decorate my screen. And all of that's gone with the Switch. Not even with just like the Switch 2, but the Switch. Man, I really miss that. I want Street Pass to come back. But, man, I don't know. Vote me for president of Nintendo, I guess. Well, let's make home screens great again.
Yeah, so many of us were so excited with the Switch 2, like, oh, at least you can change the background color. Yay.
Yeah, right, yeah. Not that I remember, but there was also a console for blind people. I had that thing for years. Unfortunately, not anymore. No... Now the amount of hours I played on the Switch is unreal. Unfortunately, do not longer get supported.
OJ, do you remember the name of that console?
Yeah, I was gonna say I don't know about a console for the blind. Wait, I think is this the hang on? Is this the thing that has like Braille, and the Braille buttons? Sorry, the Braille like rises and lowers, so it changes the text under your fingertips. Oh, it was called the Swing. I thought you was. Sorry, I thought you misspelt Switch there. Okay, it's called the Swin XS.
Looking for it now.
Yes, it's a screen-free console marketed as suitable for indoor and outdoor play. Uses RFID technology, audio, and light as a replacement for monitors. Games for the console typically had users engage in physical educational play by using synthesized voice in combination with other sounds and light. Interesting. Okay, so this isn't the Braille console that I was thinking of. There was like a Braille. Come on. Games console. Oh, maybe it's not. Maybe it was just, maybe it was never released. Perhaps it was just a prototype. But the idea was, right, that you had a, you would have like a plate in front of you. Like just a flat, square plate. And
more like a panel.
Yeah, like a panel. But what it was is it had lots of little holes for. It would have lots of holes set into it, like you would with Braille, right? And rather than you running your hands over it to be able to read the Braille, you'd put your fingers on in a certain position, which would be indicated by, you know, things that you could feel. And what would happen is where the holes were, they were like flush little pegs inside the holes, and the pegs would rise only slightly, less than a millimeter, and you'd be able to feel it like Braille, and so the Braille would be moving underneath your fingers. I remember seeing it, and I'm like, oh my goodness, that's such a unique and interesting concept, but I can't seem to find it.
If you ever can, then document the thing.
I think it was a prototype. A Braille video game prototype.
Tell you what, this Swings thing is really cool.
Yeah, it looks interesting.
I'm really surprised that such a thing is no longer supported.
Hmm. Yeah, I'm not seeing anything. Yeah, I can't seem to find it. I remember seeing it and I was like, I was just mesmerized by it because, yeah, the Braille was moving quite quickly. And I'm like, wait, can you actually read at that speed? That's amazing. Yeah, I can't seem to find it. I found something similar to it, but it's not the exact thing. There is a... It was... When was this posted? There's something by a company called Bristol Braille Technology. Oh, wait. No, this is it. I think this is it. Yeah, no, this looks different, but it's basically this. Hang on. Let me see if I can get... Let me see if I can get a picture for all the blind people to see. It's called the Bristol Braille Canute.
Canute?
Yeah, as in C-A-N-U-T-E. It's called a multi-line Braille display. I'm looking for... So it doesn't poke the button. It doesn't poke the little Braille dots up. What it does, it looks like it's got like a it's got a wheel that rotates to put them in the right position. Let me save this. Save image. There we go. So this is it. And it's a Braille display. And what it does is, yeah, why is that there? Each of these little zones here will rotate, and the different dots will come up for reading in Braille. And you've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. So you got 9 rows with 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Oh, my eyes just went cross-eyed. 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. Let's say there's about 40 characters on a line and 9 lines. And you can connect a keyboard to it. And so someone can type into... can type stuff into the display, and as it's typing, it will actively change what the letters are in Braille to what is being typed, which is wild.
See, now that is really cool.
And it looks like they're using this to try to create a new kind of interactive gaming system, some way to be able to make gaming more accessible to the blind. No, it's not really it's not a Braille keyboard. It's a Braille display.
Well, the way OJ goes on to explain it seems that that's also supposed to be more like a Braille display.
Oh, okay. Let me just Google Braille keyboard. Maybe I am wrong on this one. I probably am.
Almost every blind person I know has one of those. It allows you to read text in Braille. Really important if you want to use a PC. It's really cool.
Yeah. Yeah, yeah, I can see Braille keyboards. They are literally just keyboards, but in Braille. But yeah, this is a Braille display, so it actively changes. It's really cool. It's a really cool system, and apparently they're working on figuring out ways to make gaming possible through being able to feel where different things are being shown and like being able to react to it. Because there's a bunch of buttons down the left-hand side. There's 3 buttons across the front. And who knows? This could end up being a really cool gaming interface. Or connected to a gaming interface. I can see... I just saw what... I just saw what OJ is talking about. I've got one here.
Ooh.
I've got a picture right here. Hang on.
Also, apparently there was a video game for blind people on the Wii.
Really?
So OJ said that, and it was not exactly the best game ever. It only had 10 levels, but you steered it with the balance board and you could hear where the walls were and openings. You had to find treasure, and all of it was voiced.
Nice. Okay, I didn't even know, but I've got a balance board. I don't use it. We talked about me being fat in the last stream. Yeah, so I think this is what OJ is talking about with the Braille keyboard. And this is more like the design that I was talking about, where it's actually got little pips that that poke up from underneath. Unlike the one which I got, like the full display, which seems to rotate. But this one looks like it's a line reader on the keyboard itself, which looks really cool. Yeah, I didn't even know that. Well, I knew that there was Braille keyboards. I didn't actually realize that they had these little Braille readers on them. It never clicked with me before. But I knew about this Braille display board, which excellent concept. Hopefully they can do something with it to make it video game friendly. It would be great to see big changes in the future with stuff like this. But there was a kid. Was there? Hang on a second.
Are you looking something up?
Yeah, I was looking something up. I thought it was Dark Souls. Oh, there's this one from 2018. I'm completely blind, and I'm going to try Dark Souls.
Oh.
Yeah.
Yeah, anybody who says blind people can't play video games needs to spend more time on the internet.
Yeah. I'm going to attempt I'm going to attempt playing a Souls game. See, I'm not blind and I can't read. I'm going to attempt playing a Souls game and was wondering which I should try first. What is the menu navigation like? How is the item and inventory management handled? Do menus loop? How is combat handled? What are the controls like in Souls 3 and Souls 1 Remaster? Before anyone asks, I am writing this using a Bluetooth keyboard and navigating Reddit and the rest of my phone using a screen reader, more commonly known as text-to-speech. Before I went blind, I never saw a Souls game played, just some trailers or reviews, so I have no idea what I'm getting into. The most experience I have with RPG-like games is Skyrim and Diablo. Someone completely blind playing a Souls game. Man, someone's responded to them, giving a full explanation for menu navigation.
Yeah, because they obviously want to see it happen. They're like, let's
Holy
give the
moly.
dude all the info he needs.
Yeah, this is literally a full step-by-step guide on what every button does and how to navigate the menus. Wow. This guy put so much effort into this. Sometimes Redditors can surprise you in a positive way.
Oh, decent people can be found everywhere.
Even Reddit, it seems. See, one of the things, like I've seen some people making stupid comments in the past, and I almost made a silly comment earlier, just now. Is that I'd seen someone going, "Oh, people play games blindfolded all the time. It's not that hard," and I'm like, no, those are people who know what's in the game. Those are people who've actually seen the game and are now choosing to do it blindfolded because they understand the game back to front. People who are blind never saw the game in the first place. People who have never played Mario before might not realize that Mario wears red. Blind people don't know what red is. Like, there's a complete difference. It's completely different.
Yeah, it's like, how on
So
earth
I should say,
would
people
you
who are
ever...
born blind wouldn't even know what red is. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's a
Who have
completely
no
different
concept of
situation.
sight.
Mm. Shouldn't be too hard. People play this game blindfolded. There it is.
Of course.
Thank you, Reddit, for for reasserting my bias.
Does that person have like 1 billion downvotes?
It's right at the bottom, yeah. Man, it happens, doesn't it? It does happen. There are people out there. It does happen. I actually got a chance to interview YouTuber Blind Warrior Sven? Is that like a Scandinavian W? He is a professional Street Fighter player and he is completely blind. His stream setup has literally no monitors. Oh my goodness.
How?
He
But he
doesn't have
would still need speakers.
Yeah. Oh yeah, definitely. See, that's a really interesting. It's a very interesting conversation that can be had regarding that, because One of the things that people were talking about, oh my goodness, it was a few years ago, and it was obviously very disingenuously framed by a lot of people, but someone was making the point that actually sprinters with natural, with their own, you know, legs versus sprinters with the carbon fiber legs, real people with their own real flesh and blood legs are at a disadvantage because the carbon fiber legs actually provided a bit more spring, which allowed them to vault forward faster. And people were like, the argument was obviously quite ridiculous. There was no room for nuance whatsoever. It was people on one side saying, oh, but we don't have our real legs, and therefore you should allow us. And then there was, oh, actually, it wasn't that at all. It was people, it was completely unaffected people yelling, but they don't have their legs, that you should allow them anyway. And then there was other people that were completely unaffected by this argument on the other side going, but their legs allow them to run faster. And, like, I think there is a serious conversation to be had in, especially in competitive situations. Like, someone using different technology to operate a video game. Maybe they're blind, maybe they're deaf, maybe they don't have hands or something like that. But is that technology then giving them an advantage? Now, I don't know how this person does Street Fighter blind. One of the examples I think I've seen some people talking about, though, is like someone who has, you know, paralyzed hands that uses the eyesight tracker to be able to press buttons on a monitor. And one of the things that people were saying is that your eyesight reaction speed is so much faster than your hands that it would be a disadvantage to people who are actually using their hands. And some people were talking about the idea of the neural links, so the neural net. Ritterwolf used to have one. I couldn't use it. It was so full of noise when I put it on. But people who use neural nets have faster reaction than people who use their hands on keyboard and mouse or controllers. So it's a really interesting argument. Like, on one hand, you can obviously, I can see the argument for, now hold on a second, they're just trying to play the damn game. Obviously, that goes without saying. But it is really interesting. I think that provided that no one is going to be getting, you know, attacked by it, so long as there's no disingenuous arguing to be had, that is definitely a debate I would like to watch. Because I think people can look at it from a lot of different angles, and it's an interesting discussion. I don't think I'm the person to have that discussion, but it's definitely something that I would be interested in listening to and learning about. I want to understand, like, what are the benefits and the drawbacks, you know, of using different technology. And it leads me to wonder, because, you know, one of the things that I'm all about is becoming ever closer to video games. That's why I said at the beginning is that I would love to have a full dive system. Just to be able to just get in and play games without moving, without using my hands, just being able to connect and control the game as though I was controlling my own body. And I think that once we get to that stage, once we reach that point where we have that kind of technology, it completely removes any sort of boundaries between people with disabilities and people without. Because everyone can control it the same way. So long as you've got a functioning brain, you can control the game. And I think it's like probably the ultimate expression of everyone being able to join in. And that's one of the things that I think full dive systems it's a beautiful thing, you know? There are people that have never walked. There are people who have never, maybe they've got some disability that means they're blind. Maybe they got a disability that means that they can't speak. They can form the words, but they don't have that means to project it. And then using this neural net system, a full dive system, would allow someone who is, you know, deaf, dumb, blind, you know, quadriplegic, and give them the ability to see, hear, talk, be able to walk, be able to move, and feel like they're actually doing it. That's a wild idea. It's one of the reasons why I think that you know, we can't get to full dive fast enough.
I'm just trying to figure out how full dive would work, really. Anybody who already has like enough of the senses to be able to make sense of what's being given, sure, I can see how it would work. But for anybody who, as an example, was born without sight, how would it interface with the person and their brain? Now, obviously, we're not going to be able to really answer that today, but I'm just musing on that.
We kind of can.
Yeah?
Yeah, because so there have been examples of very limited study, admittedly, because it's such a small pool of tests. But there have been limited studies on people getting their vision back, to a very limited degree, admittedly, and people getting their hearing back. Or people who've never seen or have never heard in their entire lives, people born blind and deaf, being able to see and hear because of this new technology. That obviously the cochlear implant is a big part of the, you know, deaf people being able to hear. There are some visual implants that are currently more in the testing and the prototype stages. But the way there was an interview with someone who was blind, who has used one of these systems, and at first it was overwhelming. Like, us as humans, really? Human beings as a whole, not just... That came out really wrong, didn't it?
Bit of word salad there.
Yeah, sorry. Humans, yeah, because people who are blind aren't human. Didn't you know that? No, human beings, the way our eyes work is that they read a lot of information, but we don't actually see all that much. We only see what we're focusing on. And everything else is filled in by our brain. Our brain makes sense of it. Our brain fills in the gaps. You know, like the way, I don't know if you know how video works. Digital video. So what happens in digital video is only the pixels, if there are pixels that don't have to be moved from one frame to the next, they won't be moved. So if it's something that is static, like you've got a white wall background and you are standing in front of it, right? If that back wall doesn't need to change, digital video compression makes it so though that back wall doesn't change until it absolutely needs to. And that's kind of how our eyes work. Is that we take a scan of our environment, and our brain keeps it there, this is what's object permanence, right? So we've got this object permanence that we know what's in our environment. We know that what everything around us looks like. And so we don't have to use processing power inside our brains to process everything that is happening around us. We instead can we can process only what we are focusing on. And so as someone who was born with normal sight and goes through their entire lives, this isn't a problem. Someone who was blind from birth, their brain never learns to process that. So what you see, what a blind person can see once they are given the ability to do so, almost looks like looking through toilet paper roll, because what they're seeing is just what they're focusing on, because the brain hasn't learned to fill in the gaps. And so it's very awkward, it's very complicated, and one of the other things as well is pareidolia. Pareidolia is a huge thing. It's very necessary for humans to be able to understand that they're looking at another human. People who are blind don't necessarily see, that are given the ability to see, don't necessarily see faces properly, because the brain hasn't learned to process that. And it's a hell of a struggle. From everything I've heard, it's a hell of a struggle to try and get back a sense of vision. It goes beyond just having working eyes or working occipital lobe. Bloody hell.
It is a bit of a word, isn't it?
Yeah. It goes beyond that. It also, the brain itself needs to know how to process the incoming data. And so yeah, it's really interesting. I'll see if I can find this interview with this guy that had these I think it was a guy who had implants to be able to connect. I think it was his optic nerve was damaged, and so they reconnected his eyes to his brain. And yeah, I think that's what it was that he had. Obviously someone who was we don't have the technology at the moment to replace eyes, not fully. But if someone's got eyes that work and a brain that works, and they just need to reconnect the eyes to the brain, technology is coming. You know, it's happening, and I think that's wonderful. It's gonna be a struggle, like any sort of physiotherapy. You know, if someone hasn't had use of a limb, and now they've got to exercise it back into. So it actually works the way that it should. And the same goes for eyes and our brains and the way that we process things.
Exercise it out of atrophy.
Yeah, but that's the thing. Our brains are plastic, and I mean that in the adjective, not in the noun. The adjective plastic. It means that our brains can change and form, and it finds new ways of creating those neural pathways. And it is possible, or it is theorized that it might be possible to reconnect, you know, nerve tissue to different parts of the brain and let the brain figure it out. And so, you know, we're coming a long way for this kind of technology, for this medical technology. It's an amazing thing. And you know, we live in this moment right now, and there's so many terrible things that are happening in the world, and everyone wants to focus on, you know, and with good reason. You know, I'm not saying that there's no good reason to focus on some of these negatives. Like I said, it's necessary for us. It helps us understand who we are, where we are in the world, what it is that we're interacting with. And it protects us. It keeps us safe from harm to know, hey, you don't eat the red berries, you know? So, like, a negativity bias is a good thing. But we've got such a strong negativity bias. And yet there's so many amazing, wonderful, beautiful things that are happening alongside it, and no one notices. That we're able to get, we're starting to get there. We're on the road. We can see it. The end is in sight. We're on the road to being able to fix people's eyesight. Using technology, using Wetworks, we can allow people to interface with technology. And it's gonna bring... don't get me wrong, there's a lot of things to be worried about when it comes to Wetworks. You know? I completely understand people being concerned about attaching a neural mesh to their brain and then plugging in. I get it. I understand entirely. But there's also going to be so many benefits to it. I think it's amazing.
And so you reckon this is how it'll actually be fairly... Well, not at least, like, shutting out people with vision problems to be able to do, like, full dive.
Yeah, so... With full dive systems, because it's going to be directly interfacing with your brain, it means that people who don't have working eyes, maybe there's someone that used to be able to see and now they can't. Maybe they've had an injury to their eyes and they've gone blind. Their brain still thinks they can see. And that's a crazy part of it as well. The brain just thinks it can see things sometimes, when it doesn't. And with a full dive system, because the optical pathways in the brain are functional, maybe a little bit atrophied, but because they're functional, they'll be able to get in and they'll be able to see inside this virtual system. And it would also create a way of teaching the brain for someone who has never seen before, someone who has been blind from birth. It would be a means by which they could be able to learn to see in a safe environment, in an environment where, you know, they're not going to walk into things. They're not going to fall over. They're not going to hurt themselves. They're in a place where the brain is being given that information directly so it can learn to process imaging data. And once it's learned to process imaging data, maybe then we can add, like, a camera, right? Think about it like this. You could have a camera that is going into the neural interface to replace the eyes. And that's basically what bionics are. It's... yeah. It's amazing. We're getting to a point where unfortunately, and let's be real, right? Sword Art Online was a little bit of a... it took a few jumps forward. They basically were just like, yeah, so okay, so this is far more advanced technology, but we're gonna use it for the sake of the anime, right? Or for the sake of the light novel. More likely we are going to have technology that's more like Cyberpunk before we have technology that's like Sword Art Online. like direct interface, metal plugged into brain.
Science fiction be like that.
Yeah. Like,
some of it is just going to be fiction for a long time.
Yeah. But think about Geordi's visor in Star Trek Next Generation, right? He can see the visual spectrum. It's actually not very clear for him, honestly. But the way it works is it connects to the connectors in his temples. And the connectors in his temples then wire into his brain, and it allows him to see. We're going to have technology more like that before we just stick this thing on your noggin and you can enter a digital world. It's going to be more like the Matrix, where you literally have to plug in, you know?
Yeah, that's mostly where I was thinking about it.
But you know what? I'm here for it. Pass me the drill.
No, not yet.
Pass me the drill. Give me the drill. I'm just gonna. There we go. Stick a coax cable into the back of my skull. I'll do it. OJ says the brain is super interesting. As I said before, when I got my brain hemorrhage at 8 months old, I was blind for a good while. But yet, despite the vision center of my brain being literally dead, it somehow fixed itself for the most part, somehow. That part of the brain is literally just water now, but another part of the brain must have corrected for it. That is exactly how that works. Basically, there's a part of your brain that is designated for... This is for vision. But if that part of the brain is damaged, given enough time and given enough stimulation and given enough of the right stuff, I don't know the full details. I am not a brain scientist. But given the right stimulation, it can facilitate growth of neural pathways, brand new neural pathways that go around the injury. And connect somewhere else, and use a part of the brain that isn't being used for something. And it's like, do you know what? This part of the brain not being used as often, we'll chuck vision in there instead. It's not as efficient, but sometimes it's not as efficient. It's like having a PC, right? And let's say that your hard drive, when you buy a hard drive, it's already full. And it's full of programs that is necessary for running your PC. But you need to install a new program, or part of you get a bad sector on the hard drive, and now that part of the hard drive doesn't work anymore. So the program that will attempt to fix it will go, okay, so we've lost a gigabyte of storage space. Okay, that's fine. Can we reduce the storage space being used for this program, this program, this program, this program, and do like a scaled down version of what was in that 1 gigabyte of storage, and slot that into all the gaps. And, you know, that's kind of why your PC needs to be defragmented, or it used to be. I mean, that's not really a thing anymore. These days, I think PCs just do it regularly anyway. But this is what defragmentation
they sort of do, yeah.
used to be. The PC, the hard drive would be fragmented, because as you would add new data to a file, it would just stick that data on the end and connect it back to the original file. And so things would start to slow down as you start adding new things. And so then you'd have to defragment it all and then slap all those bits back together. Basically, that's how the brain works, is that if a piece of the brain doesn't work anymore, it will start to, okay, can we shuffle this around a little bit? Okay, we found a bit of space. There's a space here and there's a space there. We can chuck it into those spaces. It's not going to be as efficient as if it was all one cluster, but it works. We need this to work. We need to see to survive, you know? And that's a big part of it, is the survival instinct of the brain. The part of us that we've got no control over is just going haywire trying to fix these things. And sometimes that can cause more problems than you actually have in the first place. But that's what like stuff like epilepsy is. There's like too much information. Your brain doesn't know how to deal with it. I think epilepsy. Yeah, what's the other one? The other one is like autism, isn't it? Isn't it like? Oh, hang on a minute.
No, you've lost me. I'm sorry.
So there's. I think it is. It's like people who are, you know, on the far end of the autistic spectrum, where there's too much information coming on, so they cover their ears.
Overstimulation.
Overstimulation. Yeah, that's it. That's exactly it. Yeah. So like epilepsy is too much information causes bad interactions in the brain, whereas people with like severe autism, they're unable to process it as quickly. So so too much information, they have to shut something out. And because of inefficiency, it can get a lot more overloaded quickly with visual information. Yeah, exactly. That's right. Because the same amount of visual info needs to go through an alternative pathway, which obviously has a lot less room. Exactly. It's got a different bandwidth. It's got a very, very different bandwidth. That's why our eyes are connected directly to the back of our brain, rather than having to process it through. You know, you'd think that, oh, well, wouldn't it just make sense for our eyes to just be connected straight into our brain? No, because the occipital lobe is at the back. And so you've got these big, long nerves that connect straight into the occipital lobe, because otherwise it would take too long. Like, there would be like a second delay between what you see before something happening and you actually processing that you saw it. So, yeah, it's got to have a direct route with a high bandwidth.
See, mostly I was just thinking about how OJ had told us that he is unable to recognize faces and store that information.
Yeah, that would be a part of it.
Recognizing by voices and sounds, yeah, because there's nothing is being compromised there, but yeah.
So
that's interesting.
It's the pareidolia thing, the ability to see patterns, and that's a big part of like the optical processing in the brain, and some pattern recognition for visual input now will likely be disrupted, so that maybe some patterns are not so easily recognized, or maybe they're not recognized at all. You know, it's different for everyone. Like, there's no like surefire answer of saying that you know, two people getting the same hemorrhage in the same place, that it will definitely affect them differently. It won't be the same.
Oh, of course not. No, this is just me just putting together all the things we've heard now from OJ, and it's just sort of
absolutely
painting that complete picture. This is how and this is why, or this is how it's ended up.
So I just had a situation where chat disconnected and reconnected. I don't know what's going on. If folks in the chat, or if anyone's watching this still, if you could refresh, please. If you could just refresh the page, because I think that things are being a bit weird right now. The way I describe it is that because you have to take an alternative path, some vehicles with information take longer to arrive. Others just never do, which in my case, with the facial recognition vehicles. Yeah, that's a good way of putting it. Absolutely, that is a great way of explaining it. Like, the way that people describe bandwidth is often using motorways as a metaphor. So yeah, absolutely. Alright, some vehicles are designed for wide roads, and if you've got a wide road, it's no problem. But if you've got like a narrow country path, you're not going to be able to get a truck up it, are you?
Yeah, I've had to sit through more than a few of that same analogy from our old ISP.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
Like, look, there was certainly plenty of truth to it, but when they started trying to dumb it down, I was like, okay, mate, okay, I know.
Yeah, sometimes it just gets really patronizing, like the assumption that you don't know what you're talking about.
Which, in that job, I'm sure they have a lot of customers where they do have to dumb it down.
Yeah, I appreciate it from like that perspective, but it is also like just kind of, I know what I'm talking about. I understand how internet works, and actually you were wrong.
Look, just tell me how long and then I can play my video game on.
Yeah, exactly. I just want to play video games, all right? What are you doing? Let's go.
Are you fixing it? Are you fixing it personally?
Yeah, are you personally pulling the wires out and putting them back in again? This is important information.
Would you like to borrow a wrench? Is that what you need? Do you need a wrench?
We can always get you a wrench. We can get you a wrench. Oh, yeah.
Speaking of games.
Yes. Yeah, let's get back onto the topic of video games. On account of this being a gaming channel and all that.
I was going to ask you specifically.
Me specifically?
About,
okay.
Yeah. How you're feeling about what you currently have on the channel and how long you think it's going to be before we start seeing some endings.
Oh, goodness. Okay, that's a dangerous question. I don't know.
Because, well, the reason I asked that, and I understood that you probably wouldn't have an answer really, is that it is quite the thing when you go into a game. You think you know how long you're going to have it, and then suddenly, oh my gosh, there's still so much game.
Yeah. I mean, that's kind of been the situation. It's the reason that we're in the situation that we're in right now, is that I knew that Xenoblade Chronicles 2 was going to be a bit longer than Xenoblade Chronicles 1, but I also didn't take into consideration, or I didn't even think to take into consideration, that that I would have so much difficulty with the game. So that's really slowed it down. I think I probably, if I was to just like sit down and play through the game now, if I've reached a point where I can more effectively go further through the world tree, I want to believe that I maybe like I probably have another episode in the world tree. And if I was to actually, you know, knuckle down and do it, maybe another 5 episodes after that until I'm finished. That does depend, though, of course. Like, we're halfway through. Well, we're I
was about to say,
about halfway through chapter 8.
Now?
I think we're about halfway through chapter 8, from what I understand. If chapter 10 is really short, and that does sometimes happen, you know, like the final chapter is just the boss fight. If chapter 10 is really short, we could finish this in like 3 episodes or so. If it's not, if chapter 9 and 10 are full-length episodes, then probably more like 5 or 6 episodes after that. So, yeah, Xenoblade Chronicles has ended up taking a lot longer than I wanted it to. And not just because there have been moments where I'm not having as much fun with it, but also because I was really hoping that I would have gotten the opportunity to play Monster Hunter Stories 3, which came out this week. I'm not going to be able to play that now. At this point in time, the only way that I would be playing Monster Hunter Stories 3 is if I stopped playing Monster Hunter multiplayer and started playing Monster Hunter Stories on Mondays. That's the only way that I could justify bringing in Monster Hunter Stories 3 at this point, and I really don't want to do that. I don't want to give up our multiplayer experiences for a single player experience, even if it is, you know, still Monster Monday. Resident Evil Requiem, I don't know how long. I'd be meaning to look this up. I should look into this one. How long to beat? Resident Evil Requiem. Okay, so this says 13 hours. I call bullshit on that, alright? No. 13 hours for main story and side quests. Come now.
Yeah, that seems like, not generous? It sounds like underestimating it.
Well, this is based on how long to beat, which has got, 688 people have submitted their times. So main story plus extras is 13 hours and 40 minutes. That's the average.
That's so fast.
A rushed playthrough is 10 hours and 14 minutes. A leisurely playthrough is 17 hours and 44 minutes.
They're liars, they have to be.
Like less than 20 hours. Okay. Look, maybe I'm closer to the end than I thought. And admittedly, one episode of Resident Evil 9 that I played was kind of just dicking around doing, collecting things. And I did die several times, in that one section in the last episode. So, I don't know, maybe if you measure it without the restarts and without the dicking around, maybe it would be more like, 15 hours, 15 to 17 hours. Who knows? I could finish it in the next episode. I genuinely don't know at this point. But we'll see. We'll see how it goes. Hey, Stylish, welcome back. How you doing? So I think Resident Evil, at this point in time, I'm gonna say Resident Evil Requiem is gonna be at least 6 episodes, which is one of the reasons why I want to do it twice a week rather than just once a week, because it's gonna last forever otherwise. The one that's thrown me the most is Prince of Persia: Lost Crown. I genuinely thought that we would finish this game in less than 10 episodes. Clearly I'm wrong, because I've got that the last episode was episode 10. Now, I don't know how far into it we've gone. I could look up a Prince of Persia: The Lost Crown. I could do this. Rather than looking in how long to beat, I'll pull up a walkthrough. I'll avoid spoilers, but I'll just look at, like, the chapters and everything. Story walkthrough.
Does Prince of Persia have chapter names?
It doesn't.
Okay.
Oh, I'm nearly at the end.
It was starting to feel that way. Now, as soon as we started fighting the other immortals, I thought, oh, okay, this has to be like, this is like the marching through the bosses.
So the Lost, even though apparently it does have chapters, there's 9 chapters and the what they call the preface, the introduction. So when you're running through the Battle of Persepolis at the very beginning, that isn't considered a full chapter. It's the introduction. Lost in Mount Calf is episode 1 or chapter 1. the abducted prince, the tiger, and the rat. Tiger and the rat was when we were in the sewers. Path to the sand prison was when we were trying to unlock the gate to the pit of eternal sands. The darkest of souls was when we took that deviation and we went and played Dark Souls for an episode. I mean,
I was gonna say,
yeah. I mean,
some
we went
of
to fight
it
the
can be
snake.
played out of order, right?
Sorry?
Some of it can be played out of order, right?
No, it doesn't look like it. It makes you feel
okay.
like you can, but no. The Celestial Guardians is the part that I just did, which is, you know, hunting the stars, and we just did Return to the Past. So there's only 2 chapters left. So I could finish this in the next 2 episodes, perhaps. And Daniel was saying as well that the boss fight with Varum that we just had was probably the hardest boss fight in the game. So if that's the hardest, we might actually finish this in the next couple of episodes.
Well, yeah, if round 3 is going to be a little bit easier.
Mm.
And even then, like, it was obviously hard. Sorry, motorbike.
Yeah, I get it.
Yeah, I tried to, like, let go in time.
We're gonna have Kiko set up with a better microphone, hopefully in time for Monday's Monster Hunter stream. And I would have liked to have done it before now, but I haven't had the opportunity to go out and buy a new microphone arm, which is what we're gonna need.
We've just been busy.
Yeah. So probably tomorrow I'm gonna go out and get a new microphone arm, and then I'm gonna set up Kiko with the same microphone that I've got, so our sound quality will be the same. Hopefully.
But yeah, all I was saying is that though it was obviously really hard, you actually got through that Varum fight quite well. So one would hope that at this point it's going to be easier to get through the other immortals and march towards final fight.
Well, apparently Neith is on my side. According to Orod, Neith was on my side.
Yeah. She seemed like she was on your side from, like, the beginning, because when you were first sort of really branded a traitor, Neith was like, you need to run.
My concern
she told you to go.
My concern is the big blue girl. I don't remember what her name is, but she scares the shit out of me.
The one with the covered face?
Yeah, she's got like a death mask on and her skin is entirely tattooed blue.
Yeah, she's
I
a
have
bit scary
no idea
looking.
who she is, but she's terrifying. I can't remember what her name is. Prince of Persia Immortals.
Is there another one we're forgetting?
Okay, so we've got Neith. So we got Varum, who was the leader. Neith, or Nath, actually. Nath, who is on my side. Artaban, who is also on my side, and he's at the training camp.
Yeah, the one that said, nope, I'm not going any further forward.
Menelaus, Orod, and Rajan. So I think Rajan is the one that I'm thinking of. Stop trying to give me spoilers. Just show me. Yes, that's Rajan. Okay. She's scary. She's really scary. So I think she's gonna be my next boss. And then I'll probably have to fight Varum again. Or not.
Yeah,
maybe
probably.
Nath can actually convince Rajan not to, you know, throw herself on my swords. But yeah, at this point in time, I think Resident Evil is probably going to take another 2 weeks. Lost Crown is probably going to take another 2 weeks. And what I'm thinking of doing is that if I do finish Resident Evil next week, the week after that, I'll do 2 episodes of Lost Crown. Just to, finish it off. And then we can look into adjusting my schedule, because I'd like to do something different. I don't want to do, obviously I want to stick to just doing 5 streams a week. But I want to do Monster Hunter, 2 games and 2 games. So it'd be 1 game twice a week, another game twice a week. So Monster Hunter on Monday, Tuesday would be game 1, Wednesday would be game 2, Thursday I'd have off, Friday game 1, Saturday game 2. Rather than doing what we're currently doing. It's not so much a problem in the sense of, like, I don't have a problem doing 3 games a week. That's not a big deal for me. Doing Resident Evil, Prince of Persia, and Xenoblade. That's fine. I've been doing 3 games for ages. But what I'm discovering is, more than anything, is the amount of time it is taking me to actually do those. And it means that I potentially could have finished Prince of Persia 5 weeks ago if I was doing it twice a week. Yeah,
it just comes down to if you're spending a week at a time waiting before your next play session, it is going to take a long time.
That too.
And sometimes you're left going, okay, what was I doing?
It goes to the old adage, strike while the iron is hot. While there's interest in a video game, for a streamer, you need to capitalize on it. And so far, I have missed Dragon Quest VII, which I wanted to play. I've missed 𝗬𝗂𝗶𝘁𝗰𝗵, which I gotta be honest, I had no idea that it was actually from the creators of Dragon Quest builders. If I had known that, I probably would have been on that a lot sooner, because I love those games. And of course, now Monster Hunter Stories 3 released last week, and I'm not playing it. And I want to play it. I really want to play it. That does mean that we're going to encounter some situations where I'm playing a game for a long period of time still, like Xenoblade Chronicles right now, which is, we're up to episode 17. But it does mean that the other game will swap out more regularly, hopefully. Provided that I don't pick another game that's going to last, another 100 hours.
On games like 𝗬𝗂𝗶𝘁𝗰𝗵, and with Monster Hunter Stories 3, that feeling of like, you really, really, really want to play it, that may actually work out well for you with some viewers. Purely because that's also a lot of what I'm seeing all over social media, is people going, oh, I cannot afford a Switch 2, but I really want to play these games.
Yeah.
Like, just chomping at the bit to get to 𝗬𝗂𝗶𝗁𝗃.
I think that one of the other things as well to take into consideration is, I know I shouldn't be thinking this way, I should just play where I want to play, but one of the things to take into consideration is, are there people out there that are more popular than me that are playing it, and would people rather be watching them? Because that is unfortunately an impact, Someone might come to my stream and go, oh man, yeah, I was watching this streamer play it. Oh, I wonder if they're streaming it now. Oh, they are. I'm gonna go watch that instead, You basically advertise for other people by your choice of video games.
Well, that was where my logic fit in with Tears of the Kingdom. That it wasn't a bad thing to start a little bit later than some of them. Because if you've got new viewers who are like, well, I'd really like to watch this, but all of these streams are already like halfway through. Oh look, this guy's starting from the beginning.
Yeah.
I'll hang out here.
A game like that, I feel, would, you know, Tears of the Kingdom was still popular, was still a very high on the YouTube search algorithm for a good year after it released. I mean, it's still pretty popular today. People are still talking about it. Xenoblade Chronicles, while it has brought in a bunch of really amazing people that have been helping me out, it's kind of a little bit of a dead franchise. Well, not a dead franchise, but it's kind of a dead game. There aren't many people looking for Xenoblade creators, you know? And the fact that it takes so long to play, this is the reason why I said that I only wanted to play one Xenoblade game a year. And also why I wanted to play Xenoblade Chronicles 2 last year. Because we still have Xenoblade Chronicles 3 and Xenoblade Chronicles X to get through.
Neither of which are nearly as painful.
Well, I would hope not. I mean, I didn't think, for what little I played of X, I didn't think it was painful. I really enjoyed some of the systems. I assume Definitive Edition is just, like an improvement on what was already a fantastic game. I want to believe that. I want to believe. Yeah, so just in regards to what you were saying, though, about where we're at in some of these stories, I think I've still got a few weeks left on Xenoblade Chronicles 2. Resident Evil Requiem, if I can do that twice a week. Backup members finally get XP. Oh my god. Okay, that is a huge improvement. That was one of the things I remember about X that was bothering, well, not really bothering me, but made it very difficult for me to want to change my party, was that you'd go back to, back into the city, back to the room where you had to build your party, and I'd be like, hang on a second. But everyone else is under-leveled. What? No. Oh, I'm just not changing my party.
RPGs.
Me, I'm just not changing my party. Screw that. I mean, a lot of classic RPGs don't have that as well. Like, you look at Final Fantasy. The selfie. All I have to say is selfie. Final Fantasy VIII. Pretty much every single character that you can play as in Final Fantasy VIII for me was at roughly the same level, because I'd swap in Irvin and Zell and Quistis and Renoa and everything, and then when I get to the end of the game, everyone is like level 70 or something, and Selfie is level 20. Because I just have no, I have no use for you. Go to the back of the line.
That's me with the merchant character out of Octopath Traveler.
Yeah, it happens, you know.
That's right. I had to actually look it up because I couldn't remember her damn name.
Which one's that? Which one?
Rosa. Tressa.
Tressa. Oh, okay.
No, don't you... no. Don't you dare speak bad of Primrose.
Oh, Primrose, that's it. Not Rosa, Primrose, that's right.
No, Primrose is great. Considering you have 8 characters to play with, I kept most of them fairly well leveled together. And I just did not care about Tressa whatsoever, only for me to hit a point where I'm like, oh, yeah, I have to keep her in my party now for her story so I can complete this and get this thing.
When you have a game that has a huge roster, you know, it is difficult to dedicate time to leveling everyone equally. I don't know who Primrose is, but F tier. Primrose, you should look her up. Dude, look her up. Primrose is great. Primrose Octopath Traveler. Make sure to include Octopath Traveler. Because if you just search Primrose, you're going to get primroses, okay? Which is a flower.
I do like primroses as a flower.
So her name is Primrose Azelhart. Which is, I would assume, Primrose and then Azel like Azalea.
Funnily enough, she is the desert rose of the game.
Actually, in Japanese, her name is Primrose. Her name is Primrose Ezaruato, which would be Azaria. Ezerua. To, with a toe at the end. So, yeah. So, it's a lot closer to Azalea in Japanese than, in English, it's just Azelhart. You either get the flowers or the Hunger Games character. I only got flowers. I didn't get Hunger Games. Clearly, my search engine knows me. But yeah, Primrose Azelhart. She's got a cute. She's got her own introduction video when they released, called Primrose the Dancer on YouTube. I will post that one in the chat. Go and watch that in your own time. Yeah, so sorry, I kind of like shot off on different tangent there for a second. Alright, so just to answer the question, I think I've got a couple of weeks, maybe even 3 weeks left on Xenoblade Chronicles 2. I think OJ and Stylish probably could answer that question a little bit better than I could. Where do you guys think I'm at, and how long do you think it's going to take me to get through? I'm not trying to 100% things, I'm not trying to do loads of side quests or anything like that. If I was to just start in the next episode and push through the world tree, how long do you think it would take me to actually finish the game? 1 episode, 2 episodes, 5 episodes? Who knows?
I guess it depends on how many of those blade quests you want to finish.
I would like to do some more. I would definitely like to pull some more blades in from like rare blades, but I'm not necessarily looking to have everything. I mean, you can't use everyone, not everyone all at once, you know. So it seems kind of pointless if you've got a team that works. Maybe you can get a better team. I mean, that's also possible. I have no idea what other blades there are. I know we've got the 2 Theory and Praxis to finish doing their quest, but yeah, I'd say 4 weeks if you were gunning for the ending, because the game can throw you for a loop. Okay, so like that's like, so 4 weeks, that's 8 episodes. So you think it would take another 8 episodes to get to the end? I'm not as far through the world tree as I thought I was. Chapter 9 and 10 are not that long, and you're quite far into Chapter 8. Chapter 10 is not even the length of one of your streams. Oh, so, yeah. So I was thinking that might be the case. I was thinking that Chapter 10 would probably literally just be like a boss fight. But Stylish seems to think maybe like 5 episodes. Oh, okay, cool. All right, now that's reasonable. Yeah, I was estimating maybe 5 episodes. So yeah, okay. I am currently working on some stuff. Actually, if you guys could help me in the Discord, that would be huge. Right? I've made a post in the Xenoblade Chronicles 2 channel asking about setting up poppies as a setting up the poppies as healers. I've seen a bunch of different places talking about turning Poppy into a damage healer, and it says you need to use the tank mod that gives you an ether boost. And I'm looking through of them. I can't find a single tank mod that gives you an ether boost. So that's just not a thing that I can find. So if you guys could help me out, if you don't mind, I'll tag you in in the Xenoblade Chronicles 2 channel. Because I see you guys haven't seen it yet.
I'll be honest, I'm really bad with Poppy.
You're bad with... Oh, okay. No, that's fine. That's all cool. Yeah, look, if you can't help, you can't help. There's not a lot I can do about that.
Yeah, all we can do is ask.
There you go. I tagged you in anyway. Yeah, I want Rex to have Nia as a blade, and because I want to have Nia as a blade, I want more, not necessarily a dedicated healer, but I want the capability for more characters to be able to heal. And so I was thinking if I had Morag as a evasion tank, and I've got Tora as a tank / healer, then I might actually have the possibility of you know, still using those three characters without having to do any major shifting around. Otherwise, I'm more comfortable with having Nia as a driver so that she can do healing. But yeah, I don't know. I like dedicated healers. I like knowing that there's someone there that can heal. The problem is, if she ever gets targeted, she goes down immediately. And that is a problem. That is a danger right now. But yeah, I've seen a lot
Rex
of people...
can take a bit more of a beating.
Yeah. I've seen a lot of people talking about how you can turn Poppy into a tank healer combo. The problem is that, like, I figured that I could just use... I could just get the parts that I needed and just turn all the Poppies into healers. But apparently... some Poppies can't use certain cores. So you can't turn, for example, Poppy QT into a healer. She can be an attacker or she can be a tank, but she can't be a healer. But Poppy Alpha and Poppy QT Pi can both be healers. Nia is a cool gimmick, but also Blade Nia is a cool gimmick, but also fundamentally flawed. Learned that the hard way. Oh, really? So without spoilers, what is the fundamental flaw in Nia as a blade? Is it just the fact that you lose your healer?
Yeah, it's a bit concerning because everybody at the time was all like, there we go, best healer in the game.
Yeah, exactly. She's a great blade for Rex to be a healer, but I feel like when I'm using her as a blade, I need to focus on healing. Like, I can't be the crit damager, you know? Which the team needs. Maybe you could pull in, perhaps... Maybe you could pull in Zeke to be a damage dealer. But I think that, like, Rex isn't built right to be a healer. Like, his stat line isn't good to be a healer. He's definitely a damage dealer. It's just that the healer you got at the start of the game that you invest a lot into is kind of hard to completely replace for a cool blade. Yeah. Yeah, that's kind of where I'm at, yeah. And not only that...
that's exactly how it's been.
Yeah. It's not only that. You've got a healer. You're losing a healer to get a cool blade. But you're also losing your damage dealer. to become a partial healer. And that's, yeah, I don't know if I like that. I might just stick with what I've got, honestly. Rex, Nia, and Morag are a great build so far. I've not had any real issues with it, aside from Nia getting killed. She often gets one-shotted by bigger enemies, and I would really very much so like to get some chips to be able to make her a little bit stronger, but finding the right chips is difficult. Zeke is a great damage dealer. Yeah, I thought he would be. I figured that he was DPS more than anything, but that does still mean that I'd have to shift my role from being the attacker to being a healer, and I'm not entirely convinced I'm going to be good at that. I tried playing Monk once in Guild Wars. I did not do well. Like, everyone died.
Same, I didn't do well as Monk.
Yeah, I'm not necessarily particularly good at keeping up with everyone's heals. You also lose 3 potential blades that could help you get into the field skills. That's true, yeah. Well, yeah, no, you're right. Yeah, you're absolutely right, because you can equip them to Rex, sure. But then you also need to have those field skills on other characters. Or on other blades that are bound to other characters. So yeah, you kind of do lose them. Because all of Rex's and all of Nia's blade options kind of get mixed into one. They all become Rex's blades, essentially. That's a good point. Yeah, no, you're right. You're absolutely right. I think what I'll do is I'll stick with what I've got. I really wanted to use 𝗶𝗁𝗰𝗵 though. Man, I love that design. She is gorgeous, and I kind of resent that they covered up her robot parts. I do like to see robo shoulders. Robo shoulders are kind of cute. She's got all of that, you know, android cyberpunk skin lines, you know?
Well, look, here's the thing. You could go and do a little bit more side questing and, in fact, change up your party. Try it.
Oh, I am.
Put in Tora.
As currently what I'm doing off stream.
Cool. And you've got Nia set as a blade?
Not at the moment. What I'm currently doing, like what I will continue to do when the stream is over, is I'm trying to find the right build for the poppies. I currently have 23,000 ether crystals from playing Tiger. 23,333. So I still got a lot of room for upgrading them, but that's the thing. I need to upgrade them. And I don't know which direction to upgrade them in. When referring to learning the hard way, I was referencing specific chips being only available for specific... Oh, right, okay. She's the best blade in the game, by the way. In New Game Plus, you can get core chips of the light element and spend a lot of resources to get 3 of them, so you could get them... Oh, wow. Oh, wow. Okay, yeah, right. So you got all of those and then realized it only worked for one of them. That sucks.
Yeah, that...
Yeah. Yeah, and
tough.
that's kind of what I did. I farmed up some ether crystals, spent the crystals on Healer Mod 4. Because I don't have access to Healer Mod 5 yet. I got Healer Mod... I got 3 Healer Mod 4s. And I can't use them on every poppy. And I'm just like... I feel so distraught. I'm like, no, I've just spent all my bloody crystals and now I can't use them. Also, like... Poppy Poppy Alpha, when Poppy Alpha is a healer using the Ether mod 4, she has got like a massive, and I mean massive, block rate. It's insane. She blocks more than 50% of the damage coming in. Sorry, she blocks 50% of the attacks coming in, I should say. I think currently she's on like 56% block rate. That's the highest I've seen so far. And that's as a healer. Like that's not as a tank. That's her as a healer. So I was looking trying to figure out what the best builds are, but I just don't have. There isn't quite the same. Like the community for Guild Wars, the community for Xenoblade Chronicles 2 is out there. It's huge, but unlike something like, say, Monster Hunter, where people spend hours and hours agonizing over builds, like which parts do I need, which armor do I need, which decorations do I need to make the perfect Monster Hunter build. That just doesn't seem to be a thing in the Xenoblade community. And so, like, some people will say, oh yeah, you can make Poppy into like a tank healer. And I'm like, oh, that sounds really cool. How do I do that? But there's no information. I don't know where to find information on builds. Because I gotta be honest, I don't fully understand the stat line. There's just some things that I'm looking at, I'm going, okay, but what does that even mean? Like, Ether was one of those things. Like, what does Ether actually do? Does Ether affect how much you heal? And apparently the answer is yes. I did find that. But you've got Ether and you've got Ether Defense, which I'm assuming is the same as like Magic and Magic Defense. But in some games, healing will have its own stat. Like it might have a white magic stat for healing. And a black magic stat for dealing damage. But, yeah, wasn't sure. So I was a little bit confused, not gonna lie. You can make them stupid strong, but the game doesn't have much to push you forward. Yeah. It's not even just the game. It's, like I said, it's also finding that information to truly understand how to optimize the game. You need to have a good understanding of the stat line and what everything means. And unfortunately, I feel like the game fails to give you the more granular information that you need to be able to do something like that.
I mean, generally, there's a lot of parts of this game which are just way too complex.
Yeah, completely.
Like, half of your party all behave completely different from each other just in these character building menus.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. Xenoblade community tends to be more interested in figuring out deep lore and discussing narrative than gameplay. There's, of course, exceptions, but it's not as common as for other games. Yeah, I think that's true, and there's probably a reason for that. The game doesn't tell you how to play. We ain't gonna figure it out. Let's talk about the thing it does well. The story and the characters. So, yeah. There's not much, you can make them stupid strong, but the game doesn't have much to push you forward. Ergo, there's not much reason to make them peak strength. I'm not necessarily looking for, like, a perfect min-max. I just wanted to make them... I wanted to make the poppies into healers and have them actually be survivable. That's been my issue, is that I'm willing to test it, but at the same time, I'm like, will I know? Will I be able to tell that this is working or isn't working And how will I be able to tell? What's the granularity that I can go into to be able to understand why it's not working? Because if you're going to do a full rebuild of a team, because I'm putting Nia onto Rex as a blade, you know, I'm basically rebuilding everything from scratch at that point. And trying to figure out the best way to do things.
Yeah, that was the thing I criticized right at the beginning of the revelation that Nia could become Rex's blade. I just thought, well, hold on. We're quite a fair way into the game by now.
Yeah.
That's a lot that you just have to, like, just throw away. So I was pleased when the game gives you the option of, well, you can do this, so you can do this.
I thought what we were going to end up with was that, like, Nia... Yes, Nia could be used as a blade, but now she's, like, super-powered anyway, and we could use her, her Flesh-Eater form, like, just for the rest of the game. Now she's stronger. Now she's more powerful than she was. Now she can take more hits. But no, you don't get that, unfortunately. I would love to have Blade Nia. But, yeah. Like, even just the ability to change her appearance. Can we have that, please? Can we have the option to just change her into her blade form as like the main character skin? That would be nice. That would be lovely.
Would be. I just love that her second form is so much taller than Rex.
Yeah. Oh, like I said, I absolutely fell in love with her. She went from, you know, she's dateable. She's a little bit of a, going by the tier list that we did. You know, she was dateable. She was definitely, you know, relationshipable. Yeah. But she was a little bit abrasive, and then she went straight up to divine. She's, yeah, looks like an absolute goddess. I have my issues with the stories, but yeah, the world is like the most interesting part of the series. I like the mechanics. Can we just have less of them? The game,
yeah, that's a good way to put it.
The combat mechanics are fine. I just pick 5, right? Pick 5. Get rid of the rest. We don't need all of them. Makes it just tone it down a little bit, okay? One way to experiment with it is to fight named enemies. They have gravestones and you can refight them. Yeah. And therefore the ability to try different builds in the exact same situation repeatedly. That's a really good point. Yeah, there's your scientific method. Absolutely. The customization of the character's appearance is so much worse than other Xenoblade Chronicles games. Yeah, absolutely. I loved the character, the different armor sets in Xenoblade Chronicles Definitive Edition. And in Xenoblade Chronicles X. It's so modular. You can just make them look whatever you want. They can get some really crazy outfits that look kind of silly. But then you've got some really badass looking outfits, and I adored the outfits in Xenoblade Chronicles 1 and Definitive Edition. Bro, it's DLC now and they're still worse. Yeah, I know.
Oh no.
Yeah. Oh well, it is what it is, I guess. We'll see. I mean, I do like Rex's new outfit, even though I didn't get the option to like change out armor sets and stuff like that. I mean, I understand why. Basically, your blades take the role of both armor and weapons. That definitely does tone things down. It could have been a lot more annoying if you had to, you know, build armor sets as well. Man, if you had to build armor sets as well in this game, it would have been unplayable. There'd be too much variation. But, yeah.
It's only palette swaps or swimsuits with no in-between. They're swimsuits?
Swimsuits, you say?
I mean,
yeah,
in some games that makes sense.
Games, yeah. There were swimsuits in Xenoblade Chronicles 1 as well. Talking of DLC, what are you planning to do about the main game DLC? Because there's some cool stuff in there. I will play Torna, but the way I'm looking at it right now is, when we finish Xenoblade Chronicles 2, I'm going to play something else, and then we'll do Torna. I don't know if I'll necessarily play, you know, let's say I play Xenoblade Chronicles, then I play Monster Hunter Stories. I'm not saying that I'm going to jump straight in and play Torna. I might go, like, Xenoblade Chronicles, Monster Hunter Stories, maybe Dragon Quest, maybe a Final Fantasy or something like that, and then I'll stick Torna in, you know, the second half of the year somewhere. I'm not going to go straight from Chronicles 2 into Torna, because I made that same mistake with Xenoblade Chronicles Definitive.
You did it with the first game and Future Connected.
Yeah, I did Definitive Edition and Future Connected back to back, and while Future Connected is significantly smaller than Torna, it did feel like it was dragging on by that point. So I really wish that I'd gone away, played something else, and come back. So that's what I'm going to be doing this time. We'll play Xenoblade Chronicles 2 through to the end, and then I will, at some point, announce, hey, we're going to play Torna starting this time, this date, or, you know, after this game, whatever we're playing. But it's going to be in the future. I was referring to the base game DLC content. Oh! Oh.
I didn't realize there was a difference.
Yeah, oh yeah, no, you guys explained that. Yeah, that's why you can get Torna on a separate cartridge, because it is essentially its own standalone game as well. And then there's the DLC content for the main game. Now, like I said, I am not planning on 100%ing this game at all. That is not my plan. I have never had any intentions of 100%ing Xenoblade Chronicles 2. Or any game for that matter. There are very few games I actually want to 100%. There are some games where I'm really digging the mechanics, I'm really enjoying it, and so I want to keep playing, and those sorts of games I will 100%. But like even games like Breath of the Wild and Tears of the Kingdom, I haven't 100%ed them. I have absolutely zero intention on tracking down Koroks. That is so tedious to me. Utterly, and the fact that you don't get anything of any real value at the end of it, aside from the fact that you've already got a full inventory. You only need to get like I think you only need to get like 200 Korok seeds to be able to fill out your inventory.
Yeah, you don't even need to get half of the total in the game.
And the fact that there's 900 of them is just like, I'm not doing that. I refuse. That's... No. And you don't get anything from it. You get a pile of poop. You get a pile of golden poop. And I get what they were doing. I understand video games are an art form. This was an artistic decision. It was mocking the collectathon element of other open world games by saying, when you get to the end of it, all you get is shit anyway. And they literally did that in Breath of the Wild. But that doesn't mean that... I can agree with what they're saying. I understand the message. But that doesn't mean I'm going to do it. You know? If I dislike that in other games, I'm not going to do it just because it's a joke in this game.
Yeah, some people live for that kind of gameplay, but yeah, not me.
It seems so unnecessary.
Also, sorry, but I'll be right back.
Yep, no, good. I don't think Kiko has a sleepy pose yet. So she's just going to stand there staring at you. Staring deep into your soul. My personal request, can you start Torna after May? I'll be busy around then. Oh, look, like I said, second half of the year. So, probably around, maybe around, like, July? Maybe September? Somewhere between there. I'm not, like, saying... I'm not giving, like, a definite time, but yeah, I'm not gonna give a definite time saying that oh, we will definitely start this on September 12th. You know, I can't do that, but it will be more like September probably. So Torna is part 5 of the season pass. There's a challenge mode, for example, some additional blades you can get with their own quests, etc. Yeah, so a lot of that stuff I probably won't bother doing on stream, I'll be honest. I might do some of that stuff. If Torna is part 5, does that mean there's more story that was added to Xenoblade Chronicles 2, or is it just side quests? Because if it's just side quests, I'm not really bothered. But if it's like actual story quests, then I will have to consider it. It's mostly side quest stuff? Okay. If I was to get the DLC right now, would I have access to the DLC blades and stuff like that? Or would I have to finish the game first? Pretty much which one? Pretty much which one? You would get access to it. Okay, so there might be a good reason for me to get the DLC now. Okay, all right. So I'll look into that. I'll consider it. I'll consider getting the DLC. I would like to get a physical copy of Torna, so that's something that I know it's going to be expensive. eBay. You know, in Australia, right? Hello, welcome back. In Australia, the URL for eBay is ebay.com.au. And so if you read it out, it's ebay.com.au, which is how my wallet feels every time I go on eBay. So it's appropriate.
That's why I stay away from eBay.
I wish I could, but for some reason, I just go to eBay. I'm not even logged in. And it's telling me, hey, you wanted Resident Evil Outbreak, right? Check out these copies of Resident Evil Outbreak. I'm going, how the did you know? How? How are you showing me Resident Evil Outbreak? How did you know? That is spooky behavior. And I, for one, do not like it.
Yeah, I don't like it when all the devices are listening either. Right, it's one thing when ads change, but yeah, when the listings change for you. Just excuse you.
Apparently I can get brand new copies of Torn of the Golden Country for $80.
Oh, yeah. Wow.
I'll get that. I'll order one. Make sure I can get one that's like sealed, so I know I still got the DLC code in it, but yeah. Ooh, I need to make sure it's an Australian copy. I think the Peggy... I think the British one... I might be okay with the... with a British one. The codes might still be interchangeable. Yeah, I can't see a single... There's not a single Australian one. Okay, hang on. I might not be able to do this now. Does the UK DLC code for Torna work on Australian Switch?
Oh, the thing about that, Stylish, is that
They're
even though the
region
Switch
locked.
itself isn't region locked, if we could still save on the postage of having something more local than on the other side of the world, that would be nice.
That's not the issue. That's not the issue. So, if you buy the physical edition of Torna the Golden Country, it's got inside it a redeem code for the DLC. So, look at it as two separate things, like you guys have been saying. Look at it as two separate things. Torna is on the cartridge, but you've got a DLC code to download the DLC for Xenoblade Chronicles 2.
Okay, yeah, that I didn't realize. I thought that was just on the eShop.
The download code is region locked. So you can only use the download code from the UK in the UK. You can't use a UK code in Australia. And I kind of already knew that, but I just wanted to check. The reason I already knew that is because I've already ordered games from Japan, and I have got a Japanese account on my Switch specifically to be able to access DLC. So, I kind of already knew that, but I was just hoping. So let's go to ebay.com.au. Yeah, there are no copies on eBay of Torna the Golden... Oh, hang on. Oh, goodness, no. Okay. There's a copy of Torna the Golden Country as a part of a bundle. And it is a bundle of Bayonetta, Baldur's Gate 2, Void Bastards, Spiritfarer, Neo The World Ends With You, and Xenoblade Chronicles 2 Torna the Golden Country. And that's $450. Honestly, though, Void Bastard, Spiritfarer, and The World Ends With You, Neo, just kind of worth it.
I was gonna say, that's not a bad little collection.
Yeah. $450. I mean, I've already got Bayonetta. And, admittedly, I don't have Baldur's Gate 1 and 2 either. That's another one. Okay. You know what? $450. Think about it. The same person's put up another one as well, which is an even bigger lot, which is $699. And that one includes Morbid, Ghost Runner, Neverwinter Nights, Life is Strange, Double Exposure, Friday the 13th, Payday 2. Do not buy that. Don't get Payday 2 on Switch. Road Redemption? Oh, it's the Road Rage reboot. Gothic, Zombieland, Double Dragon Revive. Not Revenge, Revive. Okay. These are actually pretty good lots, actually. I wouldn't want to spend that much money, but they're pretty good lots, actually. It's worth it, I just don't want to spend that money.
Did you mean Road Rash, not Road Rage?
Road Rash, sorry, yeah.
Okay, cool, because I was a little bit confused.
Road Rash. Yeah, Road Rash. So it basically got rebooted with Road Redemption. It's basically the same game, but it's like a 3D game. Alright. I'll see where I can find. I'll see if there's somewhere else that maybe I'll be able to get a copy of Torna. But at this point in time, I'm not really sure. I might just have to get the digital, unfortunately. Hey, Lainey, welcome back. Have you seen the absolute cheap slop rip-off games that have been polluting the Nintendo eShop as of late? Yeah, Nintendo said that they were going to be working on removing some of them, and they haven't. They did sign they signed a joint letter between Nintendo, Sony, and Xbox to do better on removing slop, which I think is fantastic. But they need to, I think what they need to do, they didn't lie, they just haven't done it yet. They need to come up with a proper, strong binding contract for what constitutes being slop. So I think that's important. Like, you've got to have a terms of service before you start removing stuff from your service, you know? And yeah, there's been a lot of rip-off stuff. There's been a lot of like stupid like hentai games and stuff like that that has just been clogging up the system. But you know,
it'd be nice to finally free up some space from all the shovelware.
Yeah, there's a lot of shovelware, but I think also there's some other games that are on there which I believe have some charm, even though they could be considered, you know, repetitive, a lot of the same thing. There's games like Sushi Spinnery, right? And the developers that make Sushi Spinnery, they've got like 8 or 9 different games, which are all using very similar game mechanics. It's almost like, it's so close. It's almost like an asset flip. But these games are all very fun, and they have different mechanics, and they just... It's more like, you know, you've got theme park, theme hospital, and stuff like that, where they all use very similar ideas, but they have different themes to them. And these games are really cute and really fun, really nice pixel art. And I'm concerned that because they make a lot of these games, that they might also end up in the same pile as the slop games. Because I think they look really cool, and I want to play some of them. I would love to play some of them, I just haven't had the time to do it yet. And, yeah. I'm just a little bit concerned. I don't want them to rush. I would much rather Nintendo take their time and go, we will figure this out eventually. You know? I found one that was a stolen game. Someone took an unfinished demo for a game that wasn't theirs, finished it haphazardly, and sold it on the eShop. That is awful. Oh, I hope they get sued into oblivion. Bro, I can't go on the Switch eShop with anyone else in the room. Yeah, it is like that. Do you know, I mentioned this on the Discord. In Australia, they've banned... effectively, they've banned porn. Like, if you go to...
Or at least they're trying to ban access to it.
Yeah. So, I was reading this on X. There was someone on X that was talking about it. And because of all of the... You know, you need to put in your identification to prove your age, right? All of the big websites like the Hub and all of their affiliated websites they all put a block on it so that if you're from Australia, you have to log in. But they've also cancelled registrations from Australia. So from Australia, if you've already got an account and you can log in, you can log in. And you can do whatever you want to do, right? But at the moment, you can't register a new account. So essentially, the hub and, like I said, all of their affiliate websites are all essentially blocked in Australia. And I've never seen something like this before. This is such a like a massive overreach. I'm not one that peruses the hub very often, you know. There have been good reasons to go to the hub occasionally, because there used to be people that would post Let's Plays over on the hub instead of YouTube because they would get better money for it. Or it was they were playing games that had some nudity on it. Yeah, online safety, blah blah blah. Yeah, ineffective, blah blah blah. Yeah, all that jazz again. Yeah. But yeah, I've never seen anything quite like this. It's kind of insane that they've gone this far. And I immediately found a way around the block. It took me like 2 minutes to get around the block.
And there'll be so many degenerates that'll also get around the block.
Yeah. It took me like 2 minutes. It was not hard at all. Not even using a VPN. Well, that's the thing, is that's the next thing that they're trying to ban. They want to ban VPNs now as well. Comments on the hub are either the most down bad people you'll ever see or the most hilarious people. Yeah, completely agree. Also really helpful. Like, some of those some of those Let's Plays, like, the comments underneath are, like, really, you know, people encouraging and saying, like, oh, man, you're doing really well. This is an excellent game. Glad that you're enjoying it and stuff like that. There's just so many, like, positive, wholesome comments on the hub. And it's like, wow, okay. There was... I will admit, there was a time, because I had been considering, as well as doing streaming, I wanted to do some Let's Plays. And so, I was thinking about it, I was thinking, like, what do I want to do? How do I want to do these Let's Plays? How am I going to do this? Because I wanted to play games like South Park Stick of Truth. And South Park... Stick of Truth, Fractured But Whole, and stuff like that. There's a lot of stuff that you can't show on YouTube, right? And so I'm like, how am I going to do? I'm going to have to censor all of this. And for a split second, I was like, I could make a hub account. I could put all of that stuff on the hub. I could play a lot of games then, couldn't I?
It's not a terrible idea.
It's just not the worst idea I've ever had, but just want to let everyone know I didn't follow through with it. I didn't follow through with it because it was like, I'd rather not. I don't want to... See, this is one of the things that YouTube... On a scale of 10 to 10, how disappointed are you, Kiko?
I appreciate the trick question of on a scale of 10 to 10. Use your imagination.
Yeah, that'll keep me coming back for more.
On a scale of 10 to 10 of disappointment, at Laney's claim about, like, the horrible stuff all over the eShop, I decided to load up the Switch and take a quick look. Good lord, it's bad.
Oh yeah, no, it's awful.
Like, it is worse than ever. Some of these are literally just other games that everybody was playing for a little while. It was one of those recent trend things all over YouTube or Twitch.
Yeah.
With literally like a new skin. Like that trading card game shop simulator.
Oh, yeah. No, they are pretty bad for that as well. Like, they will put out loads of games that are just basically the same thing.
This is literally the same game, but this one is called Weeb Store Simulator.
Oh, hell yeah.
But like the thumbnail they're using for it is completely all AI generated.
Oh, of course it is.
And then there's like the super like low quality like of the actual assets and the gameplay, which again is exactly the same as the trading card one, but just with some different art on the boxes. That's all.
Yeah. Yeah, that's all they are. Okay. So, yeah, we talked about Xenoblade Chronicles, maybe another 5 episodes for Xenoblade Chronicles. I'm gonna pull us back to this.
We really went off the rails, didn't we?
Another 5 episodes on Xenoblade Chronicles, possibly. I'll take a look at the DLC and see if I want to pick it up right now. And then maybe we can go into the final fight with some extra blades with us. I don't know. We'll see. We'll figure it out. Resident Evil Requiem, I think I've got potentially another 3 episodes. And Lost Crown, I would say probably again another 3 episodes. I could be finishing Lost Crown in the next episode. I could finish it in 2 episodes time. I don't really know. But once we've done with Resident Evil and Prince of Persia, like I said, I'm going to be narrowing down my scope so that I can play Xenoblade Chronicles 2 and another game. Now, the thing is, I said that I was going to start playing Monster Hunter Stories. And I want to. Don't get me wrong, I want to. But then again, like, Xenoblade Chronicles is really nearly at the end.
Yeah, sounds like you're getting close to it.
So I may as well start Monster Hunter Stories, like, straight away. As soon as I finish Resident Evil and Prince of Persia, Monster Hunter Stories. And then when I finish Xenoblade Chronicles, I will play a smaller game. I'm gonna play a smaller game. A game that isn't gonna take me 30 episodes to finish, okay? I might play some retro stuff, because I've got my big long list of things that I want to play. I am a little bit concerned, though. It's already bloody March. What is releasing in March?
Lainey, that's going to depend. How long is Stellar Blade?
Oh, that's a... Yeah, good question. Wait, we could do Stellar Blade. I don't know how long it is, but... Where's my list? Okay, I think I got it. Yes, this is the one. Okay, cool. Okay. So, Dragon Quest VII wouldn't count because it's, you know, that's an RPG. That's a long one. So, Monster Hunter Stories 3 is out. The next game that's going to be releasing is Pragmata in April. Is that the beginning of April or the end of April? Pragmata is going to release April 24th. Okay, so even if I was to finish... Let's say it takes me 2 weeks to finish Resident Evil, and Prince of Persia. That still puts me at the end of March. So I've still got like 3 weeks to fill before I can play Pragmata. So I could chuck in something else. Bayonetta wouldn't take me very long. I want to replay Bayonetta as well.
Oh, yeah, good point.
Man, all of these games are RPGs. What was I thinking?
You were mostly thinking, why haven't I played all these awesome RPGs already?
Yeah, I think that was it. Yeah, probably. Oh my goodness. Oh, I could play Raji, the Ancient Epic. I've been wanting to play that for a while now. I don't think that would take me very long. Pretty sure that's like, that would be like a 3-episode game. Stellar Blade took me about 50 hours, including all the side quests. So I might do that after, I might do Stellar Blade after I've finished Monster Hunter in that case. Yeah, what I'll probably do is I'll do Monster Hunter Stories, then I'll do Stellar Blade after that one.
Okay, cool. So that's a plan in place.
Yeah. If I decide to throw in like a retro game in between as well, just to take up a couple of episodes, I might do that. Just to have a little bit of you know, spacing between them. One of the things that I said that I wanted to do more of was to do demo days where we would just play like 3 or 4 demos. I have yet to actually be able to do that this year. I'm still playing the games that we first started playing. Resident Evil is the only new one. Yeah, I genuinely... Did we start this year with, with Xenoblade Chronicles and Prince of Persia? Oh, and Zelda. No, there was another one. We played Minish Cap as well.
I was gonna say, yeah, Prince of Persia came up after.
No. It was... We started this year with Xenoblade Chronicles, Minish Cap, and Prince of Persia. And we are still playing Xenoblade Chronicles and Prince of Persia.
Okay, well, what was in between then?
There wasn't anything in between. This is literally all we've been playing all year. when Minish Cap ended, I was trying to do extra episodes of Xenoblade Chronicles, and that failed horribly. And then we started Resident Evil.
Okay, so I see.
Yeah. We had a couple of weeks where things were going Pete Tong. But no, I would like to go back to doing demo days. I really like doing those. It kind of fits with my theming as well, you know, trying to discover new things, discovering new things, discovering your next favorite video game. Like, that's a big importance to me. I want people to discover games they never thought of looking at before. That's one of the reasons I played Prince of Persia, because it's just such a wonderful game. It's fantastic, and I want to try to encourage other people to pick it up because it was really horribly mishandled by Ubisoft.
It was a real delight from the demo.
Yeah, absolutely.
It did its job well of wanting you to continue the game.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. No, after the demo was over, I was like, no, I need more of this. And then I had to wait until I could actually stream it. But, yeah. No, maybe we should play some bad games. No. Like, I understand. Look, I do understand. It is funny to just like, haha, look at the stupid game. That's not like what I want to do on this channel is to, you know, show people games that are worth playing. I don't get that 100% of the time. I played Crusader of Senti. But all the games that are on this.
Go back and watch the VODs for that.
Yeah, don't do that. Please don't.
Oh, he wants bad games.
Yeah, true. Yeah, go watch Crusader of Senti. But yeah, there's just so much. I want to not elevate. Elevate's the wrong word. I want to extol the wondrous things that are video games, and I want to show the best that video games have to offer. All the games on this channel are games that I genuinely enjoy. Some of the games that I didn't enjoy, I've removed from the channel. I've taken them down because they weren't fun. It wasn't an enjoyable stream. But I want to let people know these games are incredible. Please play them. Yeah, there's not many games on this channel that I actually dislike. Oh, there's one. Actually, no, I just found one. Peglin.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. It's like, I've played 400 hours of this game. I hate it. I hate every second of it. Okay, one more round. Yeah, man, Peglin just triggers me. It triggers me every time. But yeah, I'm just scrolling through. There's no games. There's very few games on here where I can say, you know, very upfront and say, you know what, that game sucked. I really didn't enjoy that. Or I should say, not that game sucked. My experience of that game sucked. That was awful. I hated doing that. I don't want to do anymore. I think actually Sonic CD was one of them. I did not enjoy playing that. I thought I was going to. I did not. I did very not.
It was not a good time.
It was not a good time. Yeah, aside from that, no. There's like very... Oh, well, Oracle of Ages. I did have my issues with Oracle of Ages. Some of those mechanics were atrocious.
Yeah, there was a lot of that game which, despite the overall game being good, some of it was just stupid.
Yeah.
Fair warning to anybody who's not touched it yet, Goron dancing is...
Goron dancing. Just set me on fire next time, it would be more fun. Also, not just that, but the way they do swimming mechanics. You have to tap the direction. You can't just hold the button down and swim in a direction. You have to tap in the direction. And that's the upgrade. Why? Why? I will not tolerate CD slander. Yeah, I won't tolerate bad games. I'm joking. I didn't enjoy Sonic CD. I really didn't enjoy Sonic CD. I was really excited for it as well. I was like, I have never had an opportunity to play Sonic CD. I want to play Sonic CD. I want to learn how to play it and play it well. And I started playing it. I'm like, this is no. No. It actually ended my streak because I played Sonic 1, Sonic 2, Sonic CD, and I was just about to play Sonic 3. And I cancelled playing Sonic 3 because I was so burnt out on Sonic CD. Does a CD VOD exist? It does.
It's just not uploaded, is it?
Yeah. I haven't removed it.
Okay.
The games that I removed were things like what was the game called? It was a horror game we played last Halloween. No, not last Halloween, the Halloween before. And it was really good until it wasn't. And it really felt like the second half of the game was unfinished. And then we ended it on a glitch. Like, the game just glitches, and my character falls to the floor, like ragdolls to the floor. And I couldn't move, I couldn't do anything, I couldn't restart. The menu was glitched out, so I couldn't actually, like, restart the game. I actually had to turn the game off. And that's the point where I went, yep, I'm done here. That one annoyed me. That one really annoyed me. Because I praised the developers as well so much for... Like, you could go to their website, you could download loads of stuff from their website to be able to make, like, thumbnails and stream overlays and stuff like that. They went out of their way to put so much detail into supporting streamers and content creators. But the game itself was bad. The game itself was unfinished. And I'm like, you spent all this time working on all of this stuff for people to play your game and show other people, look how good this game is. But the game wasn't good. The game was unfinished. Why would you do that? Why would you do such a thing?
Ran out of time trying to save face.
I don't know.
Already had the money.
Yeah, maybe. I don't know. Either way, yeah, that's one of the games I removed. I removed the Mega Man games as well, because I did start playing the Mega Man games. I have removed them because it was just so long. Like, I tried to play Mega Man 1 without cheating. I was like 9 hours... yeah, it was about 8 hours in where I'm like, you know what? No, I'm going to cheat. That's how far I got. I got about 8 hours into trying to finish this game, and I decided, screw this, I'm cheating now. So I eventually took that one down. Yeah. So I think that basically... Okay. That basically sums up the plan. We'll continue to play Monster Hunter on Mondays, every Monday, as we always do. We're going to be shrinking the schedule so that we are playing just 2 games a week instead of 3. And when we finish Xenoblade Chronicles, we'll play something like Bayonetta or something like that. Then we'll play Pragmata when it releases. When Resident Evil and Prince of Persia are done, we'll start playing Monster Hunter Stories 3. And after that one, we'll play Stellar Blade. So there you go. That's the schedule for the next few months. Next couple of months.
Did you write it down?
I should do that. Hang on. There could be some other things in between as well. There might be a couple of other things in between just because, like I said, if I finish Resident Evil next week, then I can fill the week after with more Prince of Persia. If I finish Prince of Persia next week, I can fill that gap with more Resident Evil. But just to make sure that everything is like balanced and you know, I can do 2 streams per week. I might stick another game in, so I might play something like Yars Recharged or Caverns of Mars. I've got a Caverns of Mars stream, which I meant to do, like, a month ago, that I haven't played yet, and it's still there, just sitting in my dashboard, mocking me. And, I will play it eventually. Okay. Games to play. Next, we've got after excuse me, Xenoblade Chronicles 2. That will be Pragmata. After RE9 and POP. Monster Hunter Stories 3. After MH Stories 3. Stellar Blade. Okay. Cool. So we got that. Got that all written down. That does mean I'm going to have a period where I'm not playing... Oh no, I'll finish Pragmata way before Monster Hunter Stories 3. I was going to say, I might have a period where I'm not playing any RPGs at all, but that will not happen. I can't see that happening at all.
Nah, there's always going to be an RPG about.
Yeah. Nah, always. Alrighty. And so, that brings us to the end of AneurynPlays and Queen Kiko's community hangout.
Yeah, how did it get to midnight already?
Yeah, I got to a point, there was a point about 9:30 where I was looking at the clock going, oh my goodness, it's only been 2.5 hours. And then the rest of it just kind of sped by.
But it was good.
Yeah, no, it was fun.
Talked about a lot of things. Had a bunch of people come through. And thank you everyone who's currently still here.
Definitely.
Learned a lot of things.
Oh yeah, definitely. Yeah. I mean, I think that's one of the good things is like when we are open to having like all kinds of conversations. I know most of the time I can't focus on certain things when obviously I'm trying to get into playing a game. But yeah, it's cool to be able to have more in-depth conversations and actually, you know, sit there, do a little bit of research and see what's there. Day without learning anything is a day not lived. I like that. I like that. That's really cool. That's true. I always like to learn.
Yeah, I like that too.
I like to learn. I like to watch documentaries. I tend to watch stuff just for the sake of watching it. Just for the sake of learning something. You know, it's never going to affect me in my entire life, but, you know, it's something that I might be able to learn about, which is really cool. And one of those things is, like I've been saying before, it's I mentioned it in yesterday's stream, is I've been recently learning about Navajo tradition and Navajo teachings and their theology and their faith. it's been interesting because honestly, there's a lot of it which, from an objective standpoint, from someone as an outsider looking in, there's a shocking number of similarities between the Navajo teaching and some of the Middle Eastern theologies and religions and mythologies. It's shockingly similar. I'm sure that people who follow the Navajo way probably would disagree in the similarities, but and I'm sure people who still believe in some of the ancient Arabic traditions would disagree too. But it's like, when you've got an objective standpoint where you can see it, you're not necessarily looking at the differences, but you're looking at what makes us the same, what makes different things similar. That's you know, that's the whole thing with comparative religion. Is you're looking for similarities, you're looking for lines, you're looking for through roads where connections might exist. And when you see a culture that has existed insulated on the other side of the world from another culture which was insulated on the other side of the world, and you go, why are these two the same? It's like, it starts to make you think. It starts to make you go, now hold on a second.
Why do you have similar stories?
Why do you both have the same, yes, why do you have the same stories for, like, creation? Why do you have the same stories for your version of the devil? Why do you have the same words for things? That one always throws me. There's a couple of places in South America where they have similar words to ancient Canaanite. It's like, how? How did you do that? And it's funny, the words for outsider is very similar in a lot of different cultures. So, like, for example, you would have you've got the Gentiles, begins with G, refers to anyone who's not a Jew, and the Goyim, and you've got the Romani version, which is the Gaja, and then you go all the way to Japan, where you have the Gaijin, and there's like, why do all of the words that mean outsider all begin with G? It's crazy. And there's more than just that. Those are just the ones I can remember off the top of my head. But there's way more than that. It's wild. But yeah, it's stuff like that I really enjoy. And I like to watch videos on stuff like that. And I like I said, I've been watching the Navajo stuff recently. And I've been watching this channel for a while, but I've just been watching like 1 or 2 videos at a time. And then recently I've just been like, man, this is really interesting. I want to watch more about this. I was trying to research Zoroastrianism. And instead I ended up on Navajo. Again, not sure how that happened. Started with Northwest India and ended up with American Indian. You know, it's wild. But
it's just lucky there's sort of things out there to learn.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, the Navajo traditional teaching channel is so good. It's really... And by the way, I say American Indian, and the reason that I'm saying American Indian, I am not being racially insensitive. I am watching a video series by a Navajo elder who says that he is American Indian. That's what he calls himself. That's not me saying, oh, Indians, like, oh, cowboys and Indians. No. that is what he calls himself. So I am respecting him by calling him what he wants to be called. He goes by Navajo, or the traditional speaking of that name, which is Anabaho. I can't quite do the accent yet. Yeah. Or goes by Dene. And like when in, you know, casual places, he refers to himself as American Indian. When he's among his people, he calls himself Dene. When he is talking from an academic perspective, he is Anabeho. There are times when you can use the right words, and he goes by American Indian, and so therefore I am being respectful to his wishes because I am specifically referring to him. Now, this channel, Navajo Traditional Teachings, a wonderful channel. I love this channel. I am really enjoying learning more about the Navajo traditions, about the Navajo faith, and there's a lot of things that I'm picking up on, and I'm thinking, man, you know what? One of the things that he says is like it is the Navajo, or it is the Dene way, where they look at the world and they see the good things of the world and they take those onto themselves and they try to improve on them. That is the Dene way. That the people that once upon a time there was just the Dene, and then other people wanted to be a part of the Dene, and so they came to the Dene and they became other tribes, other clans within the Navajo nation, and they all became Dene. And anyone who wants to explore and live by the beauty pathway is Dene, as far as he is concerned. It doesn't matter who you are, where you come from, you can also be a part of our teachings, a part of our culture. And I think that's such a beautiful way to look at it. We always look at these different cultures in modern era and say, hey, you know what? We got to keep them separated. You know? What's that? You're wearing that thing? That's cultural appropriation. And then you've got people like this that are actively saying, no, learn from us, learn our ways, and if you want to be a part of our culture, you can. And they're reaching out to people and saying, you can be one of the Dene. I think that's beautiful. I genuinely do. And I've definitely been learning a lot from these videos. And like I said, one of the things that I've been learning recently is about complaining. You know, complaining uses a lot of energy, but it doesn't change anything. You can complain all you like, but the world doesn't change. If anything, complaining for a YouTuber is a bad thing. Because people will come in and they'll be like, oh my goodness, he's complaining again. Alright, do you know what? I'm unsubscribing. I'm not interested in this. And for a while, I have noticed myself getting darker and darker with my complaints. And because of this fresh perspective, because of these new eyes from this new idea, I've been looking at myself and I've been thinking, you know what? It's time to stop. It's time to focus on the good things. It's time to walk the beauty pathway and see the world for all the wonderful things that it is, and not put so much emphasis on the negative. And that's what I would like to do. Like I said yesterday, I can't promise that I'm going to do it overnight, but I can promise that I'm going to try to do better. And so I hope you will join me for this continued journey as we play all kinds of video games. And of course, as we just grow as people, grow as a community, be who we were always meant to be. And if that's interesting to you, and I hope that it is, please do consider subscribing. Come and join us and hit the bell to be notified of when we are going live next. If you've enjoyed tonight's stream, and I really do hope you have, please hit the thumbs up button to let YouTube know that you liked it, and maybe consider at the end, when everything is said and done, when the stream is over, maybe come back, refresh, and leave a comment. I always love to read your comments, and I try to respond to every single one. So please do. That is, of course, the place where the conversation continues, even when the stream is over. Aside from that, you can follow me on social media. All my links are in the description, as well as a link to our Discord. I don't know how long we're going to still be on Discord for, but for now, that's where we are. If anything changes, it'll all be on the Discord anyway. So, yeah, do come and join us and hang out with us, play some games with us, chat about some things, and we'll see you next time. I'm going to be back on Monday with Monster Hunter Rise Sunbreak. And if you want to join us for some Monster Hunter Rise, you are very welcome to do so. We have the lobby open for everyone to come and join us, have a couple of hunts with us, and then cycle out if we've got too many people. Otherwise, you could just come and hang out and play Monster Hunter with us all evening, and I hope that you do consider doing that. If you're new to Monster Hunter, we would very happily take you through the, get you started running, and help you through some of the early parts of those games. So do consider joining us, especially if you are considering jumping into Monster Hunter at any point. So with that one, from myself and from Kiko, I'm going to say, be good to yourselves, be excellent to each other, play more video games, and until I see you, peace, love, and high scores. Good night, everyone.
Good night, everybody.